Hey there, hi there, everybody. Happy Saturday. How's it going, Terminal Tractor, Danieldo, Stoffy, Carl Sagan, good to see ya. Dead Teddy, Jangor. Hello and welcome, Quite Long Man. Glad to have you for your first stream here. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, Blank Epilogue Page. Glad your power's back. Spirit Sparrow. The Orochi Man, hello. How's it going, Malkavian? And everybody else. Appreciate so many people showing up for an early start here. We're ascending to be Elden, that's right. Definitely looking forward to a day full of Elden Ring binging, basically. As we proceed into what I consider to be some of the more interesting parts of the game with our fresh character here. How's it going, Kalar Durin? Worst Spire day ever, 36 deaths. I think I've seen some players rack up close to that death total in Spire in one day before. It's definitely a game that's easy to lose at. It definitely. Hey there, Balthamos. Wish you a swift recovery. Hey there, Quite Long Man. Been watching the YouTube for years. Keen to see some Elden Ring. I'm certainly keen to play it. Should be popping up on stream here in a second. There we go. Welcome back, everybody, to Elden Ring. I'm going to be jumping right back into our save file from yesterday's stream here. What a nice vista I left at. That's great. So here are things as they stand. We explored most of the southern portion of the Lands Between, the realm of Limgrave here, which is ruled over by Godric the Grafted in his castle of Stormvale. And that's where we're going to be going next, I believe. But before we do that, though, there is one more thing I wanted to grab in Limgrave. It's somewhere around here-ish. Just a crafting recipe for making a fire add-on to the sword. This is Monument. Don't think I read this before. Godric the Golden, humiliated, having tasted defeat by the blade of Mikola, now on his knees, begging for mercy. So, Godric the Golden was only able to be stopped by the undefeated swordswoman Millennia, also known as the Blade of Mikola, as she will tell you repeatedly, over and over again. She's really insistent about it, actually. Anyhow, seemingly no one could stop her. And she was the one who brought Godric the Golden's hunkering spree to an end. Here-ish. This looks promising. You. Satisfying. Wait, is he gonna... I was really hoping he'd get on the other guy's horse. He did not. It's very cool, though, if the enemy that can ride a mount can recognize any valid mount to ride on, not just the one he started on. Very cool. Okay, that was a little close. Yes, this is what I was looking for, the Armorer's Cookbook, which allows us to craft fire grease, so we can create a flame coating for our weapon, which I'll use against certain beefy targets, I guess. Okay, so we can head to Stormvale now, I believe. I think I got everything else that I need from Limgrave. Pretty sure we met essentially all the important characters. We go to the castle. Oh yeah, there's a shiny statue here. You can see something glittering out of it. If you can get one of the trolls to attack the statue, they'll break it open like that. And then you can loot what was inside, which is some pretty good smithing stones. Yeah. Hey! There we go. Yeah, 5 smithing stone. A lot of them. Oh, speaking of, we should upgrade some of our weapons a bit more. Got lots of low-level smithing stones. By my challenge rules, I'm allowed to upgrade stuff to +3 at the moment. Not further than that. But I don't even have that. Oh, and I can add another charge to the flask, too. Wonderful. Just do that here. Smithing table. Make this Vihander +3. And I've got lots of other smithing stones. Let's upgrade the Morning Star. I think that's a good, reliable weapon. And I rather liked the Bloodstained Dagger when I tried it, so I'm thinking of upgrading that too. How's it going, Bulgur? Hello, hello. Yeah, let's upgrade the Bloodstained Dagger. Ooh. What level will I be starting the DLC at? Somewhere around rune level 100 or so. Quick overview of how I'm doing this playthrough. I've got some special rules for myself, just to make the playthrough a bit more interesting from my perspective. I do outline these in the ! build command, but I'll iterate them verbally here as well. I am not allowed to level up my character or upgrade my weapons freely. At the start, we're limited to level 10 and +3 upgrades, and we improve that by 10 levels and 3 upgrade tiers every time we get a great rune or every time we unlock a new ending for the game. So I have to do major story acts in order to gradually improve my character. And this essentially means I'll always be slightly underleveled for content, which should make things nice and fun. In addition to that, there are certain tactics and equipment I can't use. No shields or parrying, mainly. No spells or incantations as well. No summoning or spirit ashes, either. Oh yeah, I'm teleporting back up here. Stormvale Castle. Quite a foreboding visage the castle has. Stormvale Castle is usually one of the first. We've already encountered one, technically. Castle Morn was what you call a legacy dungeon in Elden Ring. This is where the game rules are slightly different. In a legacy dungeon, you are not allowed to summon Torrent, no horseback riding. In a legacy dungeon, you also don't get health flask or focus flask charges when you defeat groups of enemies when you're inside a legacy dungeon. No buffs either. I'm allowed to use buffs. I'll probably be using lots of consumables and things like Exalted Flesh for a buff. And if a buff is from an Ash of War, I can use that too. So I can use Golden Vow Ash of War if I want to. I probably won't, but I could. What do we got here? But we'll find that not all is well here in Stormvale Castle. I think somewhat reflecting the ruler of this place itself, Stormvale Castle is a grand legacy that is in the process of falling into a state of disrepair. We see huge gashes in these parapets with exposed scaffolding visible beneath them. There's gouges taking out of this tower. There are gigantic holes in the walls all over, almost resembling rotting sores of some kind. When I first explored Stormvale Castle, I thought these holes in the walls were the aftermath of some kind of battle, like giant cannonball holes, but there are no munitions, no cannonballs to be found, nor other signs of battle. It's almost as if these wounds in the castle are appearing of their own volition. Is this my first playthrough? No. I've played Elden Ring 2 times through before. It'll be my first time going into the DLC content when we get there.
Come over here, would you?
Hey.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle. It's tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Oh, try the opening right here.
That one?
The guards don't know about it. You'll breach the castle undetected.
Open the gate!
Fair enough. You certainly don't have to trust me. Well, if you must go through the gates, I'll signal them to open. But of course, I'd advise against it. Use that opening to breach the guards. You'll slip. Of course, when you appear, it's only your neck on the line after all. Oh.
Open the gate. So yeah, if we leave Gostok here, this sneaky guy will steal from us each time we die. Which I don't mind too much. We don't have any need to undo him.
The gates! Open the gates!
Please don't shoot me. Serpentine. Wasn't enough. Ah! Okay. Immediate danger resolved. My sword is not long enough. Somehow. Whoa, okay. One guy I couldn't get. We'll just stay under the range of the crossbow. Yeah, this guy's they'd have a bit more success if they were willing to let go of the ballista, but they seem rather determined. Okay, well, this is too many crossbows by far. Anybody else sneaking around the sides here? No? It's you three. Come here. Oh, oh. Smart. Not so smart. Is this a situation that would be solved by the shield you don't want to use? You wouldn't be able to block ballista bolts with a shield. That's just going to get you stamina broken unless you're using a great shield. Regular crossbow bolts, yeah, shield is very effective against. That's a big cat. Thing is quite hard to kill, by the way. Much easier to avoid. Ow. Doesn't actually have that much ability to resist stagger. Yeah. Like you said, big weapon, very good against big targets. Here's you. Got him right in the head with that kukri. Take that, bitch. Oh, excuse me. A little enthusiastic there. This leads to the bridge. Let's have a look-see over here. Old Drake Talisman. That boosts our lightning resist. So here we see the Divine Tower. Stretched out before us. This great bridge used to access it. Used to have many guardians on it. Looks like there's the remains of many golems. When we visited over here by the broken bits of the bridge, we saw scattered bits of golem down there as well. We definitely have a couple that are still alive. More than a couple, actually. Oh yeah, this. Wait, no, I can't use torrent here? That's right. Oh boy. It's not where I need to be. Sir? Okay, he's back. Good. That's good. That hit us both. That was good. Good shot, sir. I appreciate your help, but you have to die now. Use intervening terrain. Pro tip. Bridge is out, but we find a teleporter here. It will take us across. Is there something over here? There's birds, definitely. Good farming spot if you... Oh. You're angry. You need feathers. It's a good spot. Let's take out Stormhawks. Ow. Ew. Foot. Feather from a hawk that lived as one with the storms. These feathers, enveloped in swirling winds, are often used for arrow fletching. Okay. Nothing important over here. Interesting. The Divine Tower itself is misshapen here. I believe this is the only one of these towers. There are 6 of them scattered throughout. I think we can spot them from up top. There are 6 of these scattered throughout the lands between. This one, I think, is the only one that looks like this. And I'm wondering now if this distortion of the shape of the tower is related to the same thing afflicting Stormvale Castle and its walls. Doesn't quite look like the same kind of damage, though. Slightly blocked shut. That makes sense. We don't have a reason to go here yet. I was hoping there was a site of grace here, though. I have to do this whole thing again? Dang it. Heck. Oh well. Have we done Stormvale Castle yet? We're about to. Or we just barged through the main entrance and killed the lion. And we're going to enter Stormvale proper momentarily. I thought I could save some time by doing the bridge, but no. I guess I just warp back to here. Smash these fools again. Good shot. Roll 2 for 1. Seem to have an arrow in my face. I'm about to have many more. And flamethrowers. Okay. Any safe spots? Not exactly. That move is pretty cool. That's the Stormblade Asher War. We got that earlier. But my sword is too big to be a Stormblade. Unfortunately. AG the Jerk, what did they have to rename Stormvale Castle to after its defenders couldn't keep it safe from me? Stormvale Castle. Correct. Anyone else? A pike. Ooh, hold on. But look at that. Pike. A long spear featuring an especially lengthy handle. Specialized for use from long distances, it boasts the longest reach of any melee weapon. We have the stats to wield it. They thought the sword was long. How about this? Big stick. Give our enemies a few pokes. See how this feels. I've never tried using the pike. I believe the stamina cost is pretty hefty on this thing. God. It's all going wrong. Yeah, not that much damage, and definitely it's a high stamina cost. But, you know, reach has an advantage. Ooh, that looks fun. Get him. Yeah. Oh, the Church of the Ashborn, that's right. Yeah. Why is it so dark, though, man? Did I start a new character for the DLC? Yes. Yes, I did. Can I hold it to charge more? Yeah. Poke. Give him the stick. Don't give him the stick. What's the light I just turned on? That is the lantern. You can buy from a couple different merchants in the game. A small, waste-worn lantern to illuminate surroundings. So you're allowed to have a light source that doesn't take up either your hand slots. It's not as bright as the costly light sources, so there is some disadvantage to using it still, compared to, say, the light spell or a real torch. I really thought that would get him. Parade shield? Stinky. Oh yeah, we got an omen here. I don't think I want to fight the omen with Pike. This thing is a cursed creature, not dissimilar to Margit, who we fought earlier. Right, you have hyper armor. Come back. And yeah, the statue here can't be broken by this omen. You need to use someone a bit bigger than that who's nearby. I'll grab the set of grace first. Bird. Bird with the flamethrower. Killed by a bird. Classic. It's actually very funny that that is the first thing in Stormveil that gets me. Alright, we need the faster throwing daggers for those. Not any bird. Yeah, these things are weird. They're like battle hawks. They have stored talons strapped to their feet and hooded flamethrower things on their faces, which are absolutely insane. They're clearly like trained battle hawks. I guess one of the various defenders of Stormveil are these. Python did me dirty there. Jeez. How do I hit it? Maybe I need the pike for this. There we go. Math Zombie, thanks for the Prime. Hello. Prime sub and the 7 months of support. Just want the giant, man. Giant is the last thing standing between you and the Lord of Stormvale. Sort of the last mustered defense of Godric's forces as you kind of storm through the front gates of the castle. There's a lot more things to explore in Stormvale, though. I'm not going to go straight for the boss here. Okay, I'm just gonna go rest the grace rather than trying to get out of this situation. Seems easier. Yeah, there's still the source of this corruption to discover. There's at least one person to meet in Stormvale as well. We don't want to kill Godric yet. Does not open from this side. Is there a phrase more repeated in From Software games? It's right up there with contraption does not move. I was really expecting to see that message with this lever too. This apparently goes somewhere. Here, a scarab. Jars. When you see these jar enemies around, it's usually a sign that you're going to find a cracked pot item. To be able to craft more fire pots. Ow. Did not like me hurting the little ones. Gross. Living jar shard. Oops. Fragment of a living jar, hardened after its death. Such fragments command a high price due to the magical power locked within. This leaves the living jars as unfortunate targets for poachers. Wow. What life is a jar? But when is a jar not a jar? When it's a door. Wait. Loosen up. Yeah, here we go. Cracked pots. 2 of them. So that means we can craft 2 more fire bombs. In fact, I'm going to do so. We have 7. And the younglings, too. Oh, here we are. Sweet. Yeah. Stormcaller. Once again, not for colossal weapons, I'm afraid. Oh, and this leads behind the giant. Might as well grab this grace. It's definitely a much easier path. It's an extremely non-obvious path here. Quite a few hidden things like this in Stormvale, which are pretty cool. For the very diligent, those who are willing to platform, you can find some cool stuff. KG the Jerk, thanks for the 100 bits. A cute emote. Praise the sun. Nice. Good stockpile of those. We're going to be able to upgrade to +6 pretty soon. Love to have some. It's not where I thought I was going. I think I'm lost. Other shields. Yeah, surely they were peaceful old men. What is that? Oh, that's a view of Liurnia, actually. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, I know where that is. We're not going to go there for a long time. And then this little island is actually where we started the game, over here. The Chapel of Anticipation, I think it's called. Yeah, we started the game here. Able to glimpse Stormvale. And see more of the damage to the outside of Stormvale here. Gouged walls and bizarre shapes. Almost looks like something clawed this wall. Let's see what's down here. Law is law. Nice painting of Stormvale. And the Divine Bridge. My understanding is that Stormvale and its overall shape is very much inspired by the real castle of Edinburgh. Edinburgh. Yeah, did open that door. Okay. Yeah, this is the room we were in earlier. Yeah, neither pronunciation. I was also confident that I got it wrong both times. Oh crap. Ah! Well, good thing I opened that door. Edinburgh. Bruh. Wait, this isn't the... It's a bat. An arterial leaf, huh? I can use those to make exalted flesh, so I guess I might do that a bit. Use some exalted flesh for Godric. I'm not ready to go down here yet. Okay, we went up the lift. I feel like I explored everything in that direction, though. I didn't go into that door. I don't think I went into this door either. Yeah, we didn't grab this painting. Prophecy. Dog. Fair enough. A little too fast on the swing there. It's one tough easel. Yeah, I think that's indestructible. Pretty sure. Alright, you're gonna make trouble for me, huh? Not who I meant to hit, but I'll take it. Okay. Right? I can't even climb that. Rude. Okay, go straight ahead then. Grisly display. And a terrifying creature. Body parts in strange formations, hanging on strings from the rafters. Bizarre creature made of limbs and other body parts amalgamated together. Many weapons in hand. The spider, she said. You come to join the spider. This is also the enemy that killed us at the beginning of the game. Well, the grafted scion. Very horrifying. I think this thing respawns, fortunately. Kill it. So what's with the grafting, exactly? It's a great question. So, Godric the Grafted is obsessed with his golden lineage here. Here's a portrait of Godfrey, First Elden Lord, which I think is the lineage that Mr. Godric descends from. How do I hit so quick? I do have to let go of the left stick, yeah. Press the bottom controller button and then the D-pad. Gives you the quick slots there. Just good muscle memory. But yeah, I'm letting go of the left stick every time. So Godric descended from, I believe, Godfrey here, is known as a sort of a weak and frail coward. His bloodline is thin. His body is weak and frail. He doesn't have the strength of character or constitution to live up to the golden lineage that he claims to, and is descended from. And so Godric has formed an obsession with acquiring strength through the art of grafting, which it's really unclear where, at least to me, where the idea to graft, to merge oneself with others came from. But Godric is obsessed with adding to his power by hunting down Tarnished, finding the fittest and strongest of them, and then grafting their body parts to his to make their strength his. It's a wonderfully profane process that creates, well, the delightful visage of Godric, who we'll see pretty soon when we go to fight him. He's a pretty boy. also does not open from this side. Got the high ground. It's over. Ow. No, he has the high grounds. There. More healing left, though. Mix Veil. What is this? Use FP to mimic nearby objects. Oh yeah, that's a fun one. When Godric was hounded from Lanedale, the royal capital, this was one of a multitude of treasures he took with him. So he was kicked out of the capital, it seems. I wonder if we'll find more items specifically mentioning Godric. His lore. Keep an eye out for those. Tell me there's a gray soon. There's a troll here being exsanguinated. Gruesome. Quite the drop. This is not my first playthrough, no. But it will be my first time going into the DLC. Letter here. Yeah, I'm planning on doing most of the run with this Zweihander. Again, we'll be switching weapons as necessary for effectiveness, as well as just for variety's sake. So I expect to see some dagger play, actually, as well. Use the Morning Star for a bit. But yeah, primarily Zweihander. Hey, that's the door that I couldn't open, right? Yeah. Where does this go? Or pickled turtleneck. The key. Feels like there should be a set of grays somewhere around here. It's a mistake. Mistake. My face was mauled. Still know the way back there from here. When in doubt, just run. It's often the easiest path through enemies in these sorts of games. You usually can't keep up with a player. We'll give up pursuit after a short while. You can just book it. Yeah, that grafted monstrosity will not be respawning, thankfully. Here we are. Chrysalid's Memento. Memento left by the chrysalids sacrificed for grafting. A brooch wrapped in red velvet. Traces of blood are visible. Faintly visible spirits try to convey something, but their voices cannot be heard. Yeah, I figured Roderico would be interested in that. Let's see if we can, find a site of grace around here somewhere. I feel like one of these doors. Wait, what about that door? Yeah, the one with the lever. Is there a command to check the bosses I've beaten? No, I don't have a tracker for that or anything. There's that site of grace. This is the Rampart Tower. Okay. Heartbroken Maiden is her name, currently. Still invincible, right?
You're willing to make me a chrysalid, but I'm still a milksop craven. I can't even govern myself to step beyond the bounds of this ward. Please. A pleasure to see you. Did you give the little chrysalids the message? That I love them, and that despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough.
Here.
What's this? A keepsake? From my men? Oh, goodness me. I can't... They all believed in me. They all thought I'd make something of myself. Me, who can't do anything. I think I'll head to the Round Table Hold. Perhaps I'll find my purpose there.
Perhaps you shall.
I think I'll find my purpose.
Good luck. Hey, Snake, enjoy the nap. That sounds great, actually. It's really good. I mean, that's my perfect weekend, is like 4 hours Elden Ring nap, then 4 more hours. Great. Take that, you stupid bird nerd. Yeah, also, I wanted to test my theory. Not the right weapon. Do spears work on birds? Oh no. Not really. Birds are just OP is the answer. Do barrels work on Tarnished? Yes. Also, they work on Mario. Just get good is the answer. Oh, another one over here. You are. And yes, Jasper, I was going to say this is where you get to the thing you were remembering. Jumping off the wall here. We'll go do that. Not sure what I was expecting. That was fun. But yes, there's a nice overlook here. Where again, you can see the starting area. As well as a through-the-fog glimpse of the Royal Carrion Academy of Raya Lucaria there in the distance. Very imposing, prominent structure. One of the best vistas in the game, I think, is the Academy. Wait, yeah, and there's a drop down here somewhere, right? And more holes in the walls with spiked vines growing from them, seemingly. Not clear where the vines are originating. Find the marred wooden shield, speaking of. Wooden shield of Stormvale soldiers. Much like the castle, it is marred by mottling and thorns. Some say it is the curse of grafting which causes such affliction, while others talk of its root being something altogether more sinister, hidden deep within the castle. There is an affliction upon this castle. Cool. Going down. Way down. Oh, no you don't. Storm Assault. Yeah, Crucible Knight. You can hide in the bush from this guy if you don't want to fight him. He's definitely a tough customer. Hiding is illegal, though. Yes. Good fight. Yeah, we got lots of practice yesterday on those guys. They're tough, but they are beatable. I would say those are one of the more unfair enemies in the game. They just have so many different ways to punish the player. And they don't really adhere to the rules of the game all that strictly. So they're kind of nonsense. But they're a fun fight once you know them, I guess. Yeah, if you parry them, they're a lot easier, definitely. Yeah, they do. They have some pretty egregious input reading, and they're also able to punish you in ways they really realistically ought not to be able to. For example, they're able to attack while moving forward at a pace faster than the player can run at full speed, despite the fact that they're wearing heavy armor. It's just absurd. Their running lunges are just a bit too obscene. That's all right. With practice, all things can be surmounted. They can also yeet themselves off a cliff. That's true. Yeah, they are kind of a fan of that. Ooh, some drawstring fire grace. This looks familiar. This is the Rampart Tower set of grace. This will rust again. Yeah, I think one of the really cool things about this game, and one thing that makes replaying with a different character build pretty interesting, is that different enemies will be wildly different varies of challenging depending on what your build is. Because some of them are very resistant to forms of attack, or just good at punishing the player under different situations. I like that. Millennia hard counters breathing. Indeed. Being alive, not on her watch. Vandalism. Put him down there. Lots of rooftops you can jump on. You can see another item over there. If you can see an item, I like that items are visible from long distances. And then if you see an item somewhere, it means you can get there, of course. So you can kind of deduce that there might be routes to certain things. Oops. It's too tall. My legs. Broken both of my legs. Onto that rooftop some other way, right? I'd even be able to just make the jump from here, actually. Did have some nice souls, though. Go back to that. Let's see, that was up the big thingy. Here. Where are my runes? Oh well. Got onto the roof I was trying to get onto. That'll do. Oh no! Dozing cross-legged. We got an emote there, actually. There's to be more. The stone sword key gate. Wait. Let's mark that. No, not quite. Right here. Yeah. Okay. Mark that for exploration. The beacons that you can place on the world map can be really helpful for finding how to get to certain places with vertical layering like this. Or just guiding you to places in general. Slay the Relics is on? Yeah, it probably is. Didn't specifically disable it. That looks like a jump down I can do. Here we are. Okay, knight, yes. Fellow with a torch, no. Looks like a church of some kind. Pew pew. There's someone here.
Ah, nice to meet you. The pleasure's mine. Roger's the name.
Roger.
A sorcerer, as you might have guessed. I'm
The hat?
looking for a little something.
And the pointy
here in
shoes.
the castle. When I'm not hot-footing it from the troops, that is. But enough about me. What are you doing here in Stormvale Castle? This place is bristling with tarnished hunters, you know. They sacrifice our kind for grafting. Not exactly a place I'd stroll into without a purpose in mind.
I'm here to kill the king. Yeah.
I see. Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune, are you? You can see it then, I take it. The guidance of grace. Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm tarnished, like you. But unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still, I won't forget how it felt when I first came here, to the lands between. I'm privy to a few magical battle arts. Would you care to learn one? As a fellow Tarnished, once guided by grace, I'd love to help you out, if it please.
Sorceries will not help me, but I will look at what you got. Oh, he's got Ash of War, Glintstone Pebble. These are magic Ashes of War. Cool. Still don't want those.
Oh, keen to learn.
Okay, there's nothing else to say at the moment, huh? Perhaps I'll see him later. Seemingly nothing to drop down onto. Here's an item, though. Golden rune. Another glimpse of this area that we got to before. Maybe this was here the whole time? Not bad. Nope. No! Terrible. There's an open window on the chapel. Oh, I see. I missed something back there. Unless it's particularly important, I probably won't go get it. Over here. Oh. This looks promising. The stone sword key, and then back to this roof. Right, this roof. Please no. Hey there, Kimba Dog. This is a fresh run. I will be doing the DLC on stream for all to see. As blind as reasonably possible. Birds. A claw talisman is here. The assassins of Ravenmount are killers by trade. They assail their victims dressed as birds of prey. This boosts jumping attacks by a percentage. Pretty strong. Especially if you jump a lot. I think our talisman slot's probably more competitive than that. It is pretty good. Look down here. see, this doorway is probably the intended way. This is just... Yeah, I just missed this door, okay? Fair enough. Alright, what do we got in here? Oh, the Iron Wet Blade. This is our first Wet Blade. These are pretty important key items. When applying an affinity or using Ashes of War, you can choose which additional affinities to infuse with. In this case, Heavy, Keen, or Quality. And Quality is the build we're by and large, or the infusion we're by and large going to be using for most of the playthrough. So, very happy to see that. Long forgotten crest of Stormvale. Ah, and the Misericord. This is an important weapon. I want to try this out a bit, just as a direct combat weapon. Dagger favored by military physicians. The pointed blade is hard and sharp, making critical hits especially potent. Medicine is mercy, and mercy on the battlefield is ruthless. Who are the killers clothed in the garb of compassion. So the Misericord is notable for having, I think, the highest critical damage of any weapon in the game. I wonder how it is as a direct combat weapon. Contemplating the merits of using this as sort of a weapon switch. Use the greatsword to stagger things, switch to the dagger, and then stab them. I imagine that might be fairly effective. Oh, interesting, Jotunborn. Might see better with heavy sometimes. We'll have to play around with that. Right. Any other major regions of Stormvale? I'm gonna go get down and get the ulcerated spirit. I feel like there's another part of Stormvale I haven't done. Oh yeah, I think that's the side path. Let's check out the side path. PvP madmen get a parry and then switch rings and weapons before going for the crit. That's more menuing than I can pull off. Definitely. If I've been over there. All that for some stinky bolts? Come on. Be something else better than that. Bird. Stinky bird. Not seem like a good weapon for fighting birds with. I need more reach. Oh no. Nope. There we go. Whew. Spicy. Yeah. Yeah, not just some update, just to be clear, Spork Revolution, but a DLC that took over 2 years to make and is arguably one of the biggest DLCs ever made for any game. And is also has been received by critics as the highest rated DLC of all time. So there's definitely a lot of hype involved about the Elden Ring DLC in particular. Oh, no. No. Three of them. Three to the face. Am I using a controller or mouse and keyboard? I'm using a controller. I'm playing with a PlayStation DualShock 5 for this playthrough. Yeah, really good view of the damage on the walls of Stormvale here. Almost looks like pockmarked sores of a sort. Grisly. Yeah, I would strongly recommend this game with a controller over a keyboard and mouse. I think it's just a more natural feel, and you're really going to need the... Given how hard the game is, you're really going to want that additional ease of movement. Ow. It's just another way down. Wait. We've been down here. Question mark? Question mark. Well, I have been down here. Birds are respawned for reasons I don't remember. Okay. Run from the birds. Ah. Not working. Oh, right, because there's a grace here that I rested at. Definitely blocked that from memory. Okay. Moving on. Oh no! I queued up a dodge roll and I knew it was dead as soon as it happened. I like that that guy fell with us, though. Yeah, so something this game does that really makes the combat really impactful, in my opinion, you have to commit to your actions. If you tell your character to perform an action that they can't do yet, it often gets added to a queue, and then your character will do it as soon as you can. So if I attack here and then press dodge as soon as I can, your character may dodge as soon as they're able to, even if it's after when I originally pressed the dodge. Although, sometimes it doesn't get added to the queue. I'm actually not 100% sure what causes things to be queued up and what makes them not get queued up, but sometimes they are. I don't know why I thought I could do that again. Don't dodge. by. There's a certain window. That makes sense. It's fun. Is Kwei the word with the most silent letters in a row? What silent letters? Will I be using bows, crossbows, or magic at all? Probably not to any of those. Definitely not any magic. We might use bows and crossbows, but realistically I'll stick to the throwing daggers as our ranged weapon source. Throwing daggers and bomb consumables will be plenty of use in this run. Okay, just, yeah. Yeah, even the inner walls are starting to form these sores. Locked. If they re-released Bloodborne in 60 FPS on PC, that would be worth playing. I don't think we're going to see that. I think there was some kind of, like, Sony exclusiveness arrangement. Patches? Just happened here. I got locked in the room with this guy. Not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. Get the curved sword talisman. Enhances guard counters. That's kind of cool. It's said that a blind swordsman was the originator of this technique. The art of allowing one's opponent to strike so as to leave them vulnerable to a well-timed reply. And a key. Goes to that door. No sign of the culprit that locked us in there. I've got a question for chat, because I've never been able to figure it out. How do you get to this item? It's in this crater thing. You can't jump up here. Tauntingly purple. I've never been able to figure out how to get to that. Just out here? Definitely not. Looks like I have to go from above. Oops. I'm guessing it's just a stone sword key anyway, just some special arrows even. That's worse than a stone sword key, but I still want it because loot. A leaf would be fine. I would take a leaf. Also that item. The item, no! That's fine. It's that grace we came from. That's a good view. Okay, so here's this item. Oh yeah, the brick hammer. This is a pretty good strength weapon. It's a brick on a stick. Hard to go wrong with that. Weapon made from an ordinary stone brick, wielded by a laborer who led a rebellion and later became a champion himself. Especially weighty, requiring the strength of a giant. Takes 31 strength, very good strength scaling. Bonks real hard. It's our first great hammer. I'll probably be doing some great hammer action this run, but not with that weapon. Wait, I'd probably go through, right? Here. No. Althamos joining the illustrious list of channel cuties. Hold on, I'll get you added in a quick sec here. Quick sec here. Quick sec here. Althamos, you're on the list. We see some waffles in Twitch chat. Show them to me if you got them, Twitch chat. Okay, I've lost my way. And Der Zombie. Love to watch me play the Elden Ring. Got a lot better at Slay the Spire because of the vids and streams. Hopefully the same is true for Elden Ring. Well, I hope I'm showing some people a love of the Great Sword. The Colossal Sword. Big... Ah! Guess this is the way I haven't gone yet, huh? Foul tarnished. Some discount waffles. I love it. Yeah, somewhere over here for the item we saw. That makes sense. Is it maybe on that ledge I was just on? Or is it further up? No, I think it's over here, right? Yeah, here. This looks promising. Aha. Give me the leaf. I want it. Time to turn over a new leaf. Yeah, 3 arterial leaves. I actually think that's perfectly fine. As far as loot. We would like to make it exalted flesh. We need roa flute. Flute? Hefty beast bones. I can farm these in the mistwood, I guess. Noted. And then we're back to here. Okay. Feel like we got most of the things in Stormvale now. There's the Grace. Keep being surprised at how far you can jump down without taking fall damage. So here's a quick fall damage guide in Elden Ring. You can fall 10 meters without taking any fall damage. That's approximately the height from the top of a castle wall to the bottom, which is a very tall distance. After that, you start taking fall damage, and it ramps up pretty quick, with a lethal fall happening, I think, just at 15 meters, half again the distance of a safe fall. Seems a little extreme, but if you're aware of the actual real-world physics of falling and how acceleration works, then you understand that the higher you fall from, the dramatically lower your survival chances, as the kinetic energy you strike the ground with is proportional to the square of the distance you fell. So, short distances are pretty safe falls, but once you get to a certain height, it becomes dangerous and then very quickly a guaranteed kill from there. Wait, yeah, there. Let's pop back to the round table hold briefly. A chat with a few people here. D is here, the Hunter of the Dead.
Ah, we meet again. I'm glad you took my warning to heart. Those who live in death should be left well alone. All the more should you spy a mariner among their number.
Yeah, I killed him.
Well, well. Another fool who won't listen to reason, eh? But with a prowess for weeding Deathroot. How would you like to earn the strength of beasts? If you're inclined to hunt more of those who live in death and weed their Deathroot, then I'll introduce you to Garank, the beast clergyman. I have a matter of my own to attend to, and the beast himself wishes for someone to take my place. What say you?
Sure.
Very well. Show me your map. I've marked the location for you, of a hidden gateway. It will lead you to Garank, the beast clergyman.
Have you spotted any changes relative to the DLC so far? No, I don't think anything outside of the DLC areas has changed. I'm still vaguely hopeful that we might see something.
Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Lanya.
Lanya.
She's a servant to my house. She's been my companion. I've lost count of the number. Honestly.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, there was a couple of balance tweaks. That's true. Wait, when does Rongier go to the Round Table Hold? Does anyone know?
Greetings. Nice to see you again. My name is Roderica. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive, though? The Round Table Hold.
After Godric, okay.
Quarters of the Two Fingers.
Have to do Godric first.
And gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots. Although, it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
So then I think we do Godric next. We haven't met and talked to Fia yet. We should definitely do this. Hi.
Greetings, great champion called by grace. I am Fia. Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hold. Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly, perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness. Doing so will grant me the warmth of a champion, and you, I am sure, will bear a Baldakin's blessing. Do you think it vulgar, perhaps? Where I come from, it is a sacred act.
You may hug me.
Ah, my thanks.
The Baldakin are
great
very cool
champion.
from a lore perspective. They embrace warriors of great power, champions, absorbing their body warmth, and then lie with the frail or ill lords,
You are
lending the warmth to them,
very warm.
those in positions of power or royalty. The Baldakin in particular, called deathbed companions, lie with the lords after
What you
death,
felt light up inside you was a Baldakin's
trying to give
blessing.
them the vigor of life
Though
again.
it is but a fleeting thing, I am afraid. Come back to me, should you require another. I will take you in my arms as often as you need.
Thanks for the hug, lady. The item she gives you, this is a bit of a weird, really weird choice by FromSoft. As long as this thing is in your inventory, you have a slight decrease to your max health. I guess that represents the stolen warmth. Or not stolen, the gifted warmth. A little bit of your vitality gifted to Deathbed Companion. Kind of cool. We'll have more interactions with her in the future. Let's see. The poise buff is pretty strong. It's so short, though. It seems hard to use it effectively for anything. At all. It's crazy. Anyone else I want to talk to here? No, I guess we're going to go do Godric. Soldier of Rick. Couple good choices for our Godric fights in terms of equipment. I think I'll break out the fire grease here. Did I fight the invader in the Round Table Hold yet? No. Did not. I also haven't found Nefeli. Hold on, wait, we haven't met Nefeli Lu. Where the heck is she? Definitely missed her. Right in front of the giant? No, I mean her very first location. Is this where she is? Oh, I haven't even gotten this. I haven't been over here. There's a golden seed I need. Hold the heckin' on. More stuff too.
Be proud. You were a fine warrior. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place. Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nefeli Lu. Tarnished and warrior, like you. I'm here by decree of my father. How utterly repellent this is. This grafting of Godric's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds. If you intend to challenge Godric, I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain father would permit me aid the fight. Apologies, but I've idled long enough. As fellow Tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance, down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord.
All roads lead to the throne.
As fellow down whatever.
Okay, so we met Nefeli. Grabbed the golden seed. There's an item down that alleyway. Smithing stones. I think Kukris are really good against Godric too. So waiting at the heart of the castle, hidden behind all his servants and guards, is the lord we've been looking for here, Godric the Grafted. We've not been to the castle depths. We'll do that after beating Godric. The man himself.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true-born heir.
Kneeling before a dead dragon.
Lend me thy strength, O kindred.
Love the
Deliver
finger
me
count.
unto greater heights.
That's too many fingers.
Well, a lowly Tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
The man who must say, I am king, is no true king. Godric's repeated insistence about being the lord of all that is golden kind of shows, I think, just how much he's actually not. He is quite a fight. Very janky. Some wonky timings on him. Suitably awkward for a being that's so asymmetrical. To that currently. Maybe more. Music goes so hard during this fight. Gruesome. Such a cool moment. It's like, what is his possible strategy here?
Truest of dragons.
And then...
Lend me thy strength.
Oh, yeah.
Forefathers, one and all! Bear witness!
Witness me. Changes all his timings and attack patterns with a dragon arm too. Fire everywhere.
I am the Lord of all that is golden, and one day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
GG. We get Godric's Great Rune. The first of many to be collected. Taken from the weakest of the demigods. Asamdi, thanks for the 100 bits. No, that was Fire Grease. The weapon buffs in this game look sick, by the way. I really like the flame effect on the sword there with the grease. It's part of why I wanted to do a quality build, is because it leaves my weapon open to being improved with elemental grease buffs that should provide some nice bonus. That's great. Great fight. Sad I only got to do that one time, but totally worth it. It's the wrong way. That way. What other Souls-likes have I played? I've played Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. I've played Sekiro, and I've played Bloodborne. Played too many things you might call Souls-like from other devs. So now I'm allowed to level up? Not quite. We have to... Let's see. The Great Rune of the Shardbearer Godric, devoid of any benediction. Seek the Divine Tower of Limgrave, which stands beyond the Great Bridge from Stormvale Castle. We have to do that first. He died. Dirty Bum died. The death count is for the whole save file. Shabriri Grape. What's he say? Maiden, dear maiden, where are you? Please, take my grapes. Okay. Must take them. And now we're here. LOL. Liurnia of the Lakes. We've been here before. Fun fact, you don't actually have to go through Stormvale Castle. You don't have to fight Godric or even Margit. You can just go down this road and come over here. Very cool that the game allows you such flexibility. Oh, there she is. Hello.
Hello? Is someone there? My name is Hayata, and I'm journeying in search of the distant light. If I might be so bold as to ask, would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? My eyesight has been weak since birth, you see. I can't tell which way I'm supposed to go next.
I'm kind of hungry,
When I
though.
eat one of those grapes, I can feel a distant light in the back of my eyes. It will lead me to my true duty as a finger maiden.
That's a job you want? They seem like they have a kind of crap life. Hold on, I just want to read the grape. Wait, where'd my recent item tabs go? Oh, okay. A yellowing, oozing eyeball of the infirm. The surface is shriveled and the inside is squishy, not unlike a grape. This is not Arena, no. This is some other lady. Arena's dead.
Hello? Would you donate? I'm on a pilgrimage, and when
Her name's Hayata, I think?
Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant light once more. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you. You are most kind. May the blessing...
Okay. Might meet up with her again later. Now that we've slain Godric, we should definitely go to the Table of Lost Grace in the Round Table Hold. There'll be quite a few people, I think, who have new things to say or do here. Let's start with Rogier. There he is. So the game, I feel like the game didn't do a very good job of depicting this. Rogier is sitting here with a blanket over his legs. I always thought he was like sitting in a bag or something, but no, he's just sitting on a chair with a blanket. His lower body is afflicted with, I think it's death blight. Yeah, those are definitely death blight roots coming out of him. So he's picked up a death curse somewhere along the way of his studies. And now he's afflicted here in the Round Table Hold.
Ah, we meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see. So, what do you need?
We defeated Godric.
Ah, you defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune. Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormvale, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
+8 rapier, that's kind of nice.
As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore.
What about D?
Ah, so you've met D. D is an old friend. We found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our exploration of death. But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for two friends. Oh.
Don't have anything else to say at the moment. Let's talk to... Well, the door's not open. He's not here. Nefeli is here.
You again. I thought you'd receive a summons to the Round Table. Nefeli Lu. We met at Stormvale. I'm glad to see you here. I have something for you. I found it in Godric's grafting grounds. You were the one to defeat him, I would hazard. Make good use of it. I don't intend to make a habit of scavenging corpses.
Ah, the Arsenal Charm. Nice. It allows us to equip more stuff. Let's swap this out. Yeah, we got a 62.7 max load. Can I have a better armor on? Yeah, okay. We can have our Vagabond Knight armor back without fat rolling. That's much better. We were looking pretty bad there for a while. Happy to hear that we can have that equipped. I'm tempted to alter the garment. Guess I can do that myself. Where are we going here? Does Fia have anything new to say?
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you?
Hey there, Rage Ma. Yeah, it was only one try for Godric. Do recommend winding that back to see the awesome cutscenes.
Now, come closer.
But alas, did not take very long.
You are so very warm.
Talk in secret.
I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life, to do so is the purpose of my being. But before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray.
They don't like the
be
tarnish there,
kind.
huh?
Despite all that, I still wish to be a deathbed companion. So please, let me hold you like this, as often as it takes. Then good day to you, my dear.
And now that we've gotten our first great rune, these doors are opened, leading to the aspect of the two fingers. And man, are these things weird. Hello?
Ah,
Are you that new Tarnished? You've done well. I am Enya, the Finger
So gross.
Leader. I interpret the words of the Fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The Fingers tremble.
Such a weird bit of the lore, the two fingers and their aspects. So hard to take this part seriously.
Wash over you.
Bizarre, for sure.
Great Elden Ring. Root of the Golden Order. Anchor of all lands. Giver of grace. Wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul.
Yeah, she's just making this up.
And misery
The Fingers aren't
spread,
communicating any of this.
unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the Tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave Tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. Let the words of the Fingers guide you.
So we're told to restore the ring, claim the title of Elden Lord. We get a couple references to the Greater Will, which is not very much explained in this game. Quite a mysterious force. These two fingers aspects found throughout the lands between. This is not the only one. Revered as sacred by the Golden Order. They seem to receive signals and interpret the will of an entity that exists outside of the lands between, and arguably even outside of the world that we're on. The Greater Will is actually one of the outer gods, beings from outside the world that have taken an interest, a meddling affair in the mortal realm that we live in. Very strange.
Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Earth Tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the Fingers. Do not recoil from my offer. The Fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
Yes. Yeah, kind of like an outer realm sort of thing, Gimpak. Whatever the two fingers are communicating with, it is profoundly alien and not necessarily benign. Tell me about Great Runes.
Great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen, the Fingers speak. The Greater Will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left. Indeed. But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godric the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter. His divine blood sorely diluted.
So now we can trade our remembrances for special items relating to the character they came from. So we can get the great axe that Godric wielded. Strength dex weapon. Pretty good weapon, actually. Lets you do that triple ground slam that he had. Or you can get the grafted dragon, which is hilariously tiny compared to Godric's dragon arm. You get basically a dragon glove. It looks stupid. It is stupid. This thing is stupid. I guess I'll take the Axe of Godric. You're able to get more of remembrances, so you can get both of the rewards if you want to. But yeah, this thing is so sad. Thanks.
Now go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Oh, I meant to read the description, though. Let's see. Great axe wielded by Godric the Grafted. Emblazoned with the figure of a beast representing the strength of Godry, first Elden Lord and Patriarch of the Golden Lineage. And again, we talked a little bit about how Stormvale Castle... Let's see if I can equip this. We talked about how Stormvale Castle is based on Edinburgh Castle. And the crest on the axe bears a pretty strong resemblance to the crest of Edinburgh as well. That lion. So I think that's another similarity to real-world city there. Wait, did I read everything?
Now let the...
I command thee, kneel, for I am the Lord of all that is golden. Yes, Godfrey, first Elden Lord, Patriarch of the Golden Lineage. That giant portrait we saw hung up in Godric's castle. The golden glory that Godric aspired to, but could not replicate. And yes, we can also use the remembrance, just like boss souls from previous games. You can directly consume the remembrance to get a whole bunch of runes at the same time. If you want to. Alright, we are going to... I think it's left side chamber. We're going to go down. In Stormvale here. Favorite Dark Souls 1 boss? I think Artorias is my favorite one. I also genuinely really enjoy Ornstein and Smough as a boss fight. No bed of chaos. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we should go talk to Gostok. Thank you. I appreciate the reminders for where NPCs are that we need to speak with. To update their position and such. It's a huge pain in the butt to keep track of that on your own. So obscure. Oh yeah, Gaping Dragon's also a really, really great fight. I love the design of that thing. I just love how the fight plays out. It's not that hard of a fight, but it's so cool. Anchor Call. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Pretty cool. Do rats drop rune arcs? I don't think so. They drop golden runes. But no, rune arcs are hard to come by. Doesn't mean anything says yes, they do. Very rarely. Okay, cool. So yes, rats do drop humanities still. Cool. So big root chamber here. Inside is an ulcerated spirit. These are like the Erdtree avatars, but corrupted. This is what happens when an Erdtree avatar has its tree ravaged or corrupted in some way. Try to dodge that. What's wrong with me? Range on that is insane. Drops a golden seed, as if it were a piece of the Erdtree itself. Deeper within, we find something rather mysterious here. Huge face-like corpse with spined roots spreading from it. It's squishy. Seems to extend a bit further back. Yeah, almost fish-like or octopus-looking. It's probably nothing. Seems unimportant. And there's an item here. The Prince of Death's Pustule. This is indeed a face of the Prince of Death. Let's see what this says. A fetid pustule taken from facial flesh. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwin. As first dead of the demigods, it is said he is buried deep under the capital, at the Erdtree's roots. I suspect this is the source of the affliction that is spreading through Stormvale Castle. The curse of Deathblight. Although the vines don't quite match Deathblight, so there's maybe a couple possible interpretations as to what exactly is going on at Stormvale. But one thing is for certain. The corpse of the Prince of Death, who used to be called Godwin the Golden, the first of the demigods to die, is spreading roots throughout the lands between, traveling along the roots of the Erdtree, and spreading the curse of Deathblight. Very creepy. Oh, that blood puddle is for an NPC's story. You're right. I didn't even notice there was a blood puddle there. You're absolutely right. What is that? I didn't even know there were bloodstains that would appear offline. What is this? Touch bloodstain. Okay, so this shows Rogier being afflicted with Deathblight. I didn't realize you actually got a depiction of that. Rogier came here, saw this corpse, and that's how he was afflicted. Cool, very cool. Thank you so much for pointing that out. That's awesome. I love that little bit of context. Are there any other bloodstains in the world when we're in offline mode? I didn't even know that was a thing in this game. Yeah, if we see any more, we'll go look at them, but maybe not. We'll keep an eye out for them in the DLC. We'll be looking at the DLC areas blind, still in offline mode. Maybe we'll find a couple hidden things like that. Why so dark, though? Okay, we're back here. Okay, so let's report to Rogier what we found.
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need?
About the corpse under Stormveil.
The misshapen corpse under Stormveil. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way. And that thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now.
Yes, it is. We just saw.
I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary.
What were you doing to the corpse, Rogier? You know what? Don't answer that question. I don't want to know. Oh, yeah, we can. Take our cape off. I like that more. It's also lighter weight without the cape. Got these weird bags, though, and the water skin. Interesting. Maybe not better, actually. Whatever. Let's hop down here. Baited by Mad Tongue Alberic. Nice scythe. No PvP etiquette from me, sir. Get wrecked. Ooh, nice slash. Standing in the cloud, I didn't quite realize. Good fight. Why his tongue so mad, though? I see the scythe also does frost. Also frost? Interesting. Dang. He's tough. Try something a little faster. See if I can get him with a dagger. Short range, though. That guy's tough. Quite enough vigor for this. So the Face Under Stormveil is some sort of influence spreading from the base of the Erd Tree. Yes, we'll get a closer look at that much later in the playthrough. Invader harder than Godric the Grafted confirmed. Much harder. Let's see if I can backstab properly this time. Nope. Damn it. These enemies have limited flasks? Yes. You'll even see them try to drink from their flask, and then they fail because it's empty. After one or two. Yeah, I do think I want the longer weapon again. Death counter broken. These might not count as real death. I'm not sure. Or it could in fact be broken then. My guess is that these don't count, being in the round table hold. So actually easier than Godric confirmed. Excuse me, how did that not hit you? All shenanigans. Whoa. GG. Drops the Taunter's Tongue, which I think lets you, yeah, reset the cooldown for being invaded. So if you want to PvP people, you need that item, or something like that. I think there's something else hidden down here. Burned corpse. The Cypher Pata. It's a cool weapon. So the fist weapon? Yeah, fist weapon. One of the weapons originating from the two fingers. A formless sequence of ciphers comprise its blade. No shield can repel it. The furtive inscription appears to hang in the air, the language of light, spoken by the two fingers. That's right, this is a faith weapon. Does pure holy damage. Scales just with faith. Kind of cool. Definitely one of the more unique weapons in the game. Mini lightsabers on your fist. Okay. And we haven't spoken to Sir Gideon Offnear. We should definitely do that. Now that your doors are open.
You've received the wisdom of the two fingers, have you not? Then I bid you welcome, as a true member of the Round Table.
Now we get respect.
I am known as Gideon Offnear. As a Tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord, I am accumulating knowledge. To be all-knowing. You now belong to a select group of fellows. As such, I ask that you remain constant.
Don't wimp out on us, he says. We're now welcomed as a true member of the Round Table Hold. An equal of sorts to Gideon Ofnir. Each of us strives to become Elden Lord. Obviously, only one of us can succeed, though.
You'll be after more great runes now, eh? Then, as your fellow, allow me to divulge a little knowledge. The inheritors of the great runes, the Shard Bearers. We of the Round Table know the location of 5 of them, including the one you defeated. Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. General Radahn, who fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds. Praetor Rykard, Lord of the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Morgott the Grace-Given, Veiled Monarch and Lord of Leyndell. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, ruler of Rhea Lucaria's Academy. You'll still be after more great runes, won't you?
Definitely. Tell me about each of these.
So, Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. Despite being the blood of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, he's a grotesque old fool grasping for power. His castle lies upon the cliff to Limgrave's northwest, but I suspect you know that well enough already.
Yeah, hard to miss. About Renala.
The Academy of Rhea Lucaria lies to Limgrave's north, towering over the mist-laden lands of Liurnia. Renala is queen of the Carian royals, who govern the Academy, but Renala herself is no demigod. Her beloved Radagon left her to become Queen Marika's second husband, taking the title of King Consort. The Great Rune dwells within the Amber Egg that was Radagon's gift to her.
Oh. Great Rune is in the egg. She doesn't have a rune herself. I don't think I put that together before. Explains a bit. Radahn.
General Radahn, the famed Red Lion and Scourge of the Stars, is a ferocious warrior.
He sure is.
He fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds to Limgrave's east. And now Caelid has been engulfed by the Scarlet Rot. Even approaching the region is no mean feat.
Yeah.
I've heard survivors of Radahn's army are still in the wilds, staving off the rot with fire. And if it's true, I suspect Radahn is still there as well, in Caelid. Though, I doubt he much resembles his former self anymore.
About Rykard.
Praetor Rykard is the lord of the Volcano Manor on Mount Gelmir. He is a ruthless justiciar who commands a company of inquisitors, reviled for his serpentine demeanor. The volcano, Mount Gelmir, lies in the west of the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. It was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. Rykard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy, marking himself as an enemy never to be forgiven.
Yeah, Rykard blasphemed against the Erd Tree, daring to stand against it and making an enemy of the capital evermore. Together. And Morgott.
Morgott the Grace-Given is Lord of Leyndell, the capital city. It lies at the foot of the Erd Tree, in the east of the Altus Plateau. But the Two Fingers forbid us from venturing there, until we've acquired enough great runes to repair the Elden Ring. Set your sights elsewhere for the time being. The Veiled Monarch can wait.
And again, I think the ordering here may be intentional. Again, look at the first initial of each of these names. G-R-R-M. Seems familiar. All right, next we go to the Limgrave Tower Bridge. We have a great rune to activate. Pretty good one, I thought, too. However, before that happens, Twitch chat, we've been live for about 3 hours now. I need to take a break here, get some water. I made a sandwich for myself earlier. I'm going to scarf part of that. And then in 5 or so minutes, I will return to continue our adventures in Elden Ring. Please enjoy the ambiance of the rain and the bell tones of the Divine Bridge. If you're headed out, see you later. Enjoy Gimp Pack. Yeah, arguably the best Great Rune. I think the Great Runes were a pretty big missed opportunity by FromSoft. That's part of why I made the challenge rules for this run, is to give the Great Runes a better role in the game mechanically. But most of the Great Runes seem to do the same thing in slightly different variations. And then the added scarcity of rune arcs makes them a little tough to want to use. But we'll probably make some good use of Godric's Great Rune. Because we're such a level-restricted playthrough, the bonus to all stats is very helpful. Anyhow, I'll be back in a few minutes, Twitch chat. Don't go nowhere. BRB. All right, folks, we are back. Tacos are done. Sounds tasty. Sounds very tasty. So, we have to cross the Great Bridge again. I think I'll just run past the golems this time. They should be back alive. Oops. Easy peasy. So, this door wouldn't open before. But now that we have the Great Rune, it will. Nobody makes a door open animation like FromSoft. Nobody makes an excessively long elevator like FromSoft either. Ah! The top. Hey there, Wiso Cereal. Yes, I have played the base game of Elden Ring before. Wanted to do a fresh playthrough for the DLC, which I have not played, of course. So if you want to see how I play when I'm getting my butt stomped by things I've never met before, that'll be later. Top the Divine Tower. We are able to claim Godric's Great Rune from this aspect of the two fingers. There's an aspect on top of each of the Divine Towers, I believe. And now we have Godric's Great Rune. Great Rune of the Shardbearer Godric. Its blessing raises all attributes. This Great Rune is known as the Anchor Ring, found in the center of the Elden Ring. The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden Lineage. You also get a very spectacular view of the lands between from atop the Golden Tower here. There's a few really good vantage points in this game, but I think this is probably one of the best. So looking before us, we see the bridge stretching over to Stormvale Castle, which we can see in its entirety. We can even see the church. Whoa! Ah! It's funny. Someone said earlier, melee attacks won't take you off a lethal edge, but Ash of War sure will. Whoops. Actually, a common way for real tourists to die is trying to sightsee a little too excessively and failing to pay attention to the fact that they're taking a selfie on a cliff. Okay, stay behind the safety rail at all times. Let's see here. So Yeah, we have a really good view. Looks like to the south. To the south, we have Caelid here. Yeah, that's Caelid in that direction. We can see the Divine Tower of Caelid. There's the Bestial Sanctum, is that dome-shaped building on the far peak there. The Colosseum of Caelid right below us. Can't really see much beyond the overall shape, but that's a Redmane Castle straight ahead, way in the distance there. Something pretty cool you can do with vistas like this. Using the beacon system of the game, you can place a beacon approximately where you think something way off in the distance is. And then you can see how close the beacon corresponds. So we can actually see if we place a beacon way over here, that has a location that we can actually look at from here and get an idea of where it is. That's a bit closer to Redmane. And then we're also overlooking Limgrave. You can see the southern peninsula. That far off in the distance is Castle Morn, and I can prove it to you. Way, way, way over here. This castle. Look how far away we are on the world map right now. We're here. Castle's over here. Place beacon here. There it is. Remember, everywhere that you see in this game, if there's any level of detail, that means it's somewhere that you can go. So this then is Limgrave we're looking at. You can see the shattered bridge leading to the Divine Tower. You can see the chunks of ruins that have fallen from the sky, scattered all over the place. Right in front of us here is where we started the game, the first step. Let's put a beacon over there. Right there. Stormvale Castle that we just adventured through. Right there. But wait, there's more. We can also see much of Liurnia here. You can see the Academy of Raya Lucaria, very clearly visible. You can see the Divine Tower of Liurnia right next to us. You can see cathedral on top of that ledge. Doesn't look like we can glimpse the Grand Lift, I don't think. Silhouetted in the back, that craggy peak at the top there, that's Mount Gelmir, way off in the distance. Here we get our first actual glimpse of the capital. The capital is nestled around the base of the Erd Tree. We can actually see it growing out of the cliff face from here. We see not one, but two divine towers flanking the Erd Tree, and then the capital itself, very, very far away from here. And actually beyond the limits of what the map says we're currently able to go. But we can see things. Those things have details. We can go to those places. Pretty cool. And from here, we can see one more divine tower. This one's not really connected to anything. It's just in the middle of the water. As well as what appears to be an edge to the water. There's like a... It's almost like there's an elevation change. That line there. And lastly, visible at the very top of that peak there, we saw this actually at the very beginning of the game. I didn't realize you could see it, but there's a cup-shaped or bowl-shaped object on that mountain peak. The Crucible of the Fire Giants. So that means from here you can see the vast majority of the lands between. So really, really good vista point. And accessible pretty early on. I really like this spot. Now, indeed, we do get to level up, as well as upgrade our weapons now to +6, if we wish. So let's do that at the Table of Lost Grace. We are now able to go to level 20 in terms of rune level. With our activated Great Rune, we should also equip that Great Rune. I think a lot of my early level up should be going into Vigor. Definitely leveling up the health stat is pretty OP in Souls-like games. Being able to take more hits is really important, and as we get a more leveled up flask, it's important that we can take multiple hits so that we can better benefit from the charges on the healing flask. So we definitely want to be leveling Vigor a lot. I do want one more point of strength. Get to even numbers on strength and dex. A little bit more endurance wouldn't be a bad idea either. Something like this. Oh, the death kind of reset again. Why does it do that? There we go. Oh yeah, we still have to go talk to Gustok. I don't think there's a whole lot else in Limgrave. There's a bell-bearing hunter that we didn't kill. I guess we can go do that now. We should be easy. Should be easy to do with the leveled Vigor and a +6 sword. Let's go talk to Hugh. This way.
Now, look at you. Those eyes tell a story of a challenger who's
I believe we did
fell
do
with his
both
mark.
Deathbirds.
Find 'em well.
Oh, there's one Knight's Cavalry I didn't do as well.
lay
Let's go
out
back and do
your
that
own.
as also. Might as well. Okay, I only have a few Smithing Stone 2s. 7 left. So not enough to get anything else to +6. Oh yeah, and the Hero's Grave at the beginning. I also haven't done that. Do I have a route in mind I want to take before going to the DLC? A vague outline of a route, yeah. I have a rough idea of what I want to do in what order. I also know that I want to leave a few things for after the DLC, notably Millennia and the Helig Tree. I want to do after we beat the DLC as a sort of victory lap. Okay, so let's start at the Hero's Grave, I guess. This has to be opened with stone sword keys. Yeah, changed again. This is weird. I'd prefer to go in fully blind for the DLC stuff. And if that leads to suffering, so be it. So, welcome to the first of Heroes' Graves. These are special type of catacombs areas marked by gigantic stone chariots that we'll be dodging. This one took you ages to finish. Yeah, you can go here pretty much right from the beginning of the game, since it is at the beginning. But it is yet another of those things that is definitely not recommended to do right away. Especially because the boss at the end is a real pain if you are just starting out. It's also a lot easier if you have enough health to survive getting hit by the chariot one time. If it one-shots you, it's a really miserable experience. Oh, crap. Oh, yeah, speaking of, we weren't at full health, so that did kill us. Yeah, here. Oh, I gotta do this again, dang it. Try not to die. Duly noted. It did 791 damage to that dude, and I have 800 health, so we might be okay. As long as I have full HP. Yeah, I'm not going for a true 100% here. I think that would just take too long, and we don't need to experience every iota of content in a game this big. But I'm going for several major character storylines, visiting essentially all of the major locations of the world, completing all the major bosses. Like, we'll do every Remembrance boss, for example. Uh-oh. The ways to go after it like this. I regret my choice. Ah! Hey, we lived. Oh, you can also use the bubble. The bubble flask, which we currently have equipped, would be really good for blocking that. Coming. Who am I really looking forward to facing again? Definitely Rykard. Morgott should be pretty fun, too. Okay, here's the end. We didn't get the... There's an item in here we didn't get yet, but let's fight the boss now. It's hard to dodge. Enemy felled. GG. There is an item I wanted to get, though, from... this place. I don't quite remember how to get to it. Oh. I thought you were going to stop a little earlier than that. My face. And yeah, it's actually important that you not roll in the swampy water here. A mechanic they added in Dark Souls 2 that they've kept using is that certain liquids or surfaces can get stuck to your character. So if you roll in the poison water, then you will find that you continue to build up the poison status even after leaving the water. And that's because you're covered in it. It'll take a little while for your character to be freed from the effects. Or you can use the soap item. You can wash yourself clean to get rid of it as well. I'm thinking of the Dragon Communion seal in here. Alternately, whatever that purple item on that ledge is. It is possible to drop down on top of the chariot, I think? No, not in this one. You can kill the chariot from here. Up to the right after the narrow section. Oh yeah, I see them. Yeah, there they are. The pots. How are you supposed to make that? Oh. Yeah, it does follow us in the dungeon. It'll go wherever you are. Dragon Moon Grease. And yes, the Dragon Communion seal. Perfect. This is say. Formless Drakeblood Seal. The sacrificial devouring of the heart gives power. Indeed, Dragon Communion is too primal in nature for the term incantation to be appropriate. The seal scales incantations with one's arcane attribute. This and most of the non-Erdtree seals I saw got a buff to their incant scaling to make the other seal options more appealing for players. So that's kind of cool that they buffed most of the seals. Okay, so there's also a Knight's Cavalry over here. Let's do that real quick. Where's that dungeon? It's literally at the beginning of the game, the one we were just in. You have to use the Stone Sword keys to access it. Wait, we need to be at nighttime. Just headshotted the horse. It's cool. Yeah, thank you. Come back. Oh yeah, that's the item, a faith bow. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think the item in that hero's grave was something that I wanted. No, I don't intend to go back and get that item. We are going here. Better performance than before. We get the Bone Peddlers. Wait, actually, that might be important, right? Yes, we can buy hefty beast bones, so I don't have to hunt bears for those if I want to make exalted flesh. But is there a way to get meat? Wait, that dude in the woods sold meat, right? Bro, I want your meat. How do you trigger that guy? That is one of the bosses that only spawns at night. And then also sometimes not even at night. We actually had a pain in the butt to spawn him the first time. How do I do that special attack when I stagger them? You just stand in front of them and do a right bumper basic attack. Perform a critical when they're staggered. So just stand in front of the torso of the enemy, or if they're a giant enemy, they'll have a glowing red spot. You stand in front of that, press your basic attack button, and you'll critical them. Meat man.
How nice of you to stop by, please.
Oh, that's where you get the basic Earth Tree's favor. Okay, cool. Good to know. Yeah, lump of flesh. I think is what I needed. Get these two. Give me your liver. Okay, so I think we now actually... no, we still have to talk to Gostok. He should be hereabouts. There he is.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath. Oh. Hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
He sells things. Silver pickled fowl foot, stormhawk feathers, bandit garb. I'm actually gonna buy this. Cestus is also a pretty good weapon if you're a punching inclined individual. Very low stat requirements, but pretty dang effective, especially at stance breaking enemies. How's it going, Hervald? Not my first time playing this game, but it will be my first time tackling the DLC when we get there. Wanted to start a new character. How do we look? Oh, I think that's pretty stylish, actually. Oh, and I got the bandit mask, too. Hey, there's some style. I like it. Cool. Let's see, I didn't upgrade this dagger quite enough yet.
Always.
What do you got to say about Blythe?
Ah, then you met Blythe, did you? Wonderful. I'm glad I pointed you in his direction. He's boorish, blunt, and couldn't find his nose with both hands. But he's a good egg. I think the two of you are sure to find the best in one another. Goodbye. Nice to do business.
Nice doing business with you as well. All right, so we're ready to move on from Limgrave. I think my first explorations outside of Limgrave are going to be in Caelid. There's a couple important things here. Let's start at the Smoldering Church. Oh yeah, we've got a horse. Horse-type entity. A horse, of course. More Guardians of the Minor Erd Tree here. Let's try... Oh, not that. There. A quick swap to this? Okay. See how that goes. Hey. hear a scarab. Oh wait, no, that's the effect on me. How much do I feel the level cap impacted the difficulty so far? Definitely responsible for a lot of my deaths to the Crucible Knight in the Everjail. Ow. Yeah, I think we've had several deaths that wouldn't have happened if I had just a few more levels. So far it's doing what I wanted it to. Erdtree avatars are weak to fire, and so are rot-afflicted creatures. This particular Erdtree avatar and the tree that it comes from are afflicted with scarlet rot. I imagine that makes it even more weak to fire than normal. GG. Definitely a tough fight. But no problem. I get a Green Burst Crystal Tier and a Flame Shrouding Crystal Tier. This is one of the more powerful tiers, I think. Temporarily boosts the power of one's fire attacks. I think it's 3 minutes of 20% more fire damage dealt, which is, again, multiplicatively going to scale with other damage boosts. Pretty dang good. Anything else around here? See a golem over there. Very big pot. Oh. I don't actually know if I've found this catacombs before. Yeah, if I was to nominate a best damage type for Elden Ring, I would have to consider fire pretty seriously. A lot of enemies that are weak to fire. Go with the Morning Star. I should put away some of these weapons I'm not going to use. Let's declutter the inventory for a moment here. Store starlight shards. All the ashes. Go. Things I can't use, but I don't want to get rid of. Nope, plan on using the anchor. Okay, that'll do. Oops. Is this a full playthrough to the DLC? Yep. And we'll do the DLC as well. Same build, same restrictions of no shields, no parrying, no ashes. Same death counter, too. Probably will take me about a week to get to the DLC. We're doing pretty well. We're making good pace here, but there's a lot of game to get through. So my guess is around a week. Ah, lives. Yes, this is a good use case for fire. Let's do more fire bombs. I can't remember if bleed works on these things. Oh, that's rot. Yikes. Terrible. That's right, we're in Caelid now. Of course there's rot here. We opened the heavy door, didn't we? Not here, though. Gotta find it. Fire pot that burned over time and stun-locked enemies. Is that the red main fire pots? Or something? No, that'd have to be the magma pot. Magma pot. Oh yeah, I can go below here. Yes. Yeah, sneaky. Hello. Yeah, there it is. going to run away. Terrifying. Cool, cool. Oh no, two of them. We haven't even fought one of them yet. Toasty. Most double boss fights are a pretty tough time. Whoa. 360 fire. Combo moves. Alright, let's try that again with the spy. Yeah, where are crystal darts when you need them? That's right. These enemies can be overloaded by hitting them with the crystal dart item. I don't think I have any of those. No, I don't. Although... does the large glintstone scrap work? Let's find out. Not a lot of damage either. Stun locked. Didn't I say no magic? It's not a spell, it's a consumable. I'm not using magic, I'm just breaking a rock. But yeah, they do scale with intelligence, and that's part of why that did so little damage. I feel like bludgeoning damage was actually better here for this fight, despite the shorter range. These enemies definitely have unnatural movement. They are very unnatural. Pretty crazy. Yeah, they're like animated statues, and they're freaky. Mess. Well, that's excessive. Thank you. Gotta be a lot more defensive, usually in double boss fights like this, because you're facing twice as much aggression. That or get help. Help is definitely advised. I don't have any better bludgeoning weapons? No, I don't. Could go with some slightly heavier armor. We don't need the arsenal charm right now. Enhanced jump attacks. Buff our armor a bit. Okay, this should make it a little bit easier. Just a bit. We gotta pick one to get killed first, too. I think it's gonna be staff, because these ranged attacks are a real pain. Shouldn't we have the brick hammer? No, that's true, actually. We do have the brick hammer, and I do have the stats to use it now. I think. Actually, no, I only have 16 strength, right? We have 19. Oh, yeah, with the Scar Seal. No, we don't have the stats to use it yet. We invested in Vigor instead. Let's see, how much damage do they take from a firebomb? Moderate. If Godric's rune was active, we could use the brick hammer. That's true. Gotta waste that on these jumps, though. Let's see. Do I have anything that might substantially help? Really? Jack Raynick, thanks for 34 months of support. Yes, I understand that Kaled is a higher level area. That is part of why we're struggling indeed. Deliberate choice on my part. Yeah, it's definitely annoying. I'm gonna try one or two more times with the current setup. I think we're almost there. We can get it down to a one-on-one. It should be an easy fight. Just their air slams are so annoying and spammy. Stop. That nonsense. So few opportunities to get hits in on them. Galaros, thanks for the Prime sub and the 10 months. You're heckin' welcome for introducing you to Slice and Dice. Great game. Try the Spy Hunter again. Any possibilities for Spire today? No chance, I'm afraid. It's going to be Elden Ring all day, for sure. Is there durability in this game? Nope. In fact, there was durability in the previous RPGs by this developer, but they deliberately removed it for Elden Ring, which was an excellent choice. Oh my god. Just obnoxious. So durability being like a stat on items that degrades over time, that you have to repair them or they break. That durability. I don't care about my runes. In fact, that's part of the problem here, is that I keep trying to pick up the runes at the start of the fight. It's a really bad way to start out your boss fight. So if you're struggling with the boss fight, just let your runes go. You'll be better off for it. I think it was out of stamina after that second hit. Am I allowed the crystal dart consumable? Yes, I am. I just don't have any. Hang of this, though. Hate their moves. Worry the bosses will be too frustrating? Yes, the bosses can definitely be frustrating, like a moment like this, but you always have the option to just go somewhere else, do something else, get stronger with your character. You can also summon help, which can often make things a bit easier. Not that many bosses are actually required to beat the game either. this. I think my strategy is working, though, going for dash attacks after they do their air slam. I wish I could say that this is the worst double boss in the game. It is not. Not even close. Will hit me if I'm sprinting rounds. Okay. Stab me through your friends. Still, again, the tactic is working. This will work. If we had enough health to survive one more hit, I think we'd have already gotten there. This is definitely a case of having added a whole bunch of deaths to the death counter because of our leveling restriction. And again, I'm all for it. Appreciate that the game ends up challenging enough to be really tough. I remember to get this root resin each time I fight them. So I'm getting something that I want. Okay. Disagree with that hit, but all right. How do I not go insane playing the same section over and over again? Because we haven't even registered on the scale yet. We're only at like 10 or 12 deaths to these fools. Tell me when we get to 100. Then I might be tired. Took me over 8 hours of trying to beat Millennia for the first time. said, I wouldn't exactly say I'm enjoying this fight. But I do want to beat it. How many times in a row can you do that? Yeah, the enjoyment is later when you find the bosses as normal enemies and you can destroy them easily. We'll get there. I think that's too early. Can these be staggered? Yes. I just have never had an they're so aggro that I've never had an opportunity to stagger one. We did stagger one. Actually, that's not correct. I did stagger one briefly with my throwing dagger at one point because it was so close to the stagger limit. But I did not hit the follow through. But yeah, they can be. I just haven't. I'm more aggro with the throwing knives, so that I can make it happen. Just dagger them to death? I don't think I can carry enough daggers. They don't take very much dagger damage. So if I was to just spam daggers the whole time, I think I'd run out, but You do a pretty decent job with just the consumables. Interesting. Kidding me? How is that not a window? Damn it. I've got no healing, but I'm down to one. guess I don't have to do that again. GG. All for an item we're not even going to use, the Mad Pumpkinhead Ashes. But still, we got there. Screw that fight. Didn't do it for the ashes, we did it to send a message. Back to my regular drip. Early forays into Caelid can be pretty useful because there are some very nice items here in Caelid, as long as you're willing to risk the horrifying local residents. Get a much better view of Caelid from atop this ledge. Barren, scarred, pocked, tumorous, even, the landscape is. Thoroughly disgusting. Rotting. Everything. Rotting scarlet. The very earth that Caelid rests upon. And Celia, town of sorcery. The end is nigh for us all. Truly a cursed land is Caelid. So I've got default controls Mozgon, except as you note, I have the bottom controller button, A or X, bound to picking up items, and the top controller button bound to jumping. So I just swapped the pickup and jump buttons, because all the other Souls games had pickup on the X button, or bottom button. So that's where the muscle memory is. Good question, though. I guess I've failed the no controller rebinds challenge run category. Dang. Miyazaki's vision tarnished. What would Miyazaki-san say? Cool little horde of zombies here. Don't recommend fighting them on foot, but this is probably the best place in the game, these guys, to test out your favorite new AoE spell. So, mark the location. Test zombies. Right here. Okay, Scarab and Giant Dogs. A better combo. Let's get you to go the other direction, hey? No, I want it. Yes. Whirl o' Flame. Doggos of Caelid are definitely not easy opponents. least they can damage each other. Give me your bones. Great sword. Seems pretty okay to me. About as long as this Zweihander. Much thicker, the Guts Greatsword. One could argue for this as an upgrade over the Zweihander. The Zweihander, however, is notably lighter. Lower requirements, too. Although the Greatsword does have a better base damage. More of a Zweihander kind of guy myself. Use you. Ow. Sloppy play on my part. Thankfully, there's a snake nearby. Alright, one at a time, you two. Don't need to kill these things, but I'm going to. Birds are easier to fight on horseback. That poke should have hit you. Poke definitely should have hit you. And yeah, we lost like, what, 8k runes there? I don't care. Okay, yeah, one at a time would be way more appreciated. That's more like it. If you strike an enemy that's unaware of you, even if you're not, like, concealed in any true fashion, you'll do more damage and more stagger damage. That's how I staggered at that thing in one hit. Seems like an easy way to kill these if I just walk up behind him. Disallowed myself from using the crouch sneak to cheese most enemies, but if they're just going to be completely ignorant to me, then whatever. This bubble will last until I'm hit, or I think for maybe 3 minutes otherwise. Most of the Flask of Wondrous physics buffs are 3 minutes in length. Birds have a lot more poise than the dogs do. There we go. Rune Arc. That's our first, I think. What does the game say about Rune Arcs? Shard of the Shattered Elden Ring. Grants the blessing of an equipped Great Rune upon use. Even if no Great Rune is equipped, it will slightly increase max health. The lower arc of the Elden Ring is held to be the basin in which its blessings pool. Perhaps this shard originates from that very arc. Serving the role of humanity in previous Dark Souls games, this allows us to gain the benefit of the current Great Rune. You don't get any benefit from your Great Rune unless the Rune Arc is active, and I think this was a bit of a missed opportunity, again, we'll call it, by FromSoft. The Great Runes, I think for the most part, are totally ignored by most players, because since you lose the Rune Arc upon death, and this game is, well, I mean, we're at 64 deaths so far, Nintendo 64 deaths, then you're not going to have that Rune Arc for very long now, are you? Just don't die. Yeah, just be really good. In which case, do you need the Rune Arc? the Great Rune? Strength to those who least need it. Yeah, we're going over there. That's right. There's ruins here. Caleb ruins. And there's fire zombies everywhere. Let's just not mess with them. What are my current goals? My goal is to get to Redmane Castle. There's some stuff in there that I want. We won't be able to fight Radahn in Redmane yet. But that's not what I'm going there for. Kill stuff, don't die. We're also just going to pick up some of the items here in early Caelid, get some strength. I'm not going to do the entirety of Caelid. We're going to do part of Caelid, then go to Liurnia. I think is the current plan for me. Interesting. Stab him in the butt. Just works. Pretty sure there's a way underground somewhere around here. Most ruins have one little underground chamber. Oh yeah, it's right here. Oh yeah, this is where you get the giant head shield, right? Or something like that. But there's a little boss-type enemy to fight. Double pumpkin head? Yes, it is. This is easier than the other double fight, despite the relatively small arena. A lot of damage, though. Say. Not sure how I didn't die to that. That was a really slow hit. Oh, the double hit slam. Get bonked. Maybe I should go for the flail one first. Seems more aggressive. Fire. Alright, you first this time. Night and day difference. Almost. How often can you heal yourself? Healing is done by the red flasks there. Currently, I have 8 charges on my red flask. And those are restored every time I rest at a site of grace or every time I die. So 8 uses per rest, basically. Oh yeah, this is one of the boss fights where you can use your horse. I think totally an oversight just by the devs, but yeah, you can summon Torrent in here. That's cute. Get him. Oh no. Maybe not. What? Do you have 1 health left? Why he not dead? Confused. Should have thrown 1 dagger at his face, I guess, for 8 damage. Aggressive. This is pretty. How's it going, Gokaka? And hey there, Berries and Cream just beat 820 Ironclad first time. Nice. Very well done. Wish I hadn't messed up that earlier attempts. Just be aggro. Yeah. Damn it. A two-hit combo from him can kill me. We learned that before, but same mistake. Is this the Elden Ring version of Donu Deka? I wish. Yeah, same attack that killed me before. It's a little bit too low vigor for this area. Again, as intended by my challenge rules. Anything I'm trying to get from Caelid? Yes, the Red Hot Wet Blade is the main thing I'm looking for, but a lot of things in Castle Redmane are the goal here. Recovery on that. Can hit the head. Ah. Hammer be better first? The flail's so aggro, I can't do it. We already tried that. The flail will not give you an opening on the hammer. got killed before is trying to be aggro there. All that for a stupid shield. Visage shield. Which is a tricksome bronze shield depicting the face of a fire giant. Several tongues leap from its open mouth. The dreadful visage and burning flames are designed to remind one of the horror of facing a fire giant. In other words, the shield has an instructional function. Very funky, very ugly shield. Got some cool things it could do, though. Doggo looks extra evil. More than the regular amount of evil. Horrifying. I think I want to know what that was. Oh, that's what it was. Ah! Pokey. Oh, that's where it was. Okay, I see. Less obnoxious on horseback. Look like you might be. Weird. Yeah, I think those are easier on horseback. Is it faking posture breaks? Is that what happened? I was really confused as to why I heard the sound for knocking it over, but then it didn't fall over properly. Is that one even bigger? Terrifying. No, I think it's maybe the same size. Hello? It's not allowed to move it at any point during that. What have we here? Sword of Saint Trina, that's right. Inflicts sleep ailment. That's a pretty unique sword with some cool uses. This is definitely something you could run into Caelid and get without much of a problem. It's got an int requirement, though. Deals physical and magic damage. Pretty cool. But yeah, if you're a sorcerer-type character, that's worth running into Caelid for sure. Okay, but let's not, though. This isn't even the right place. Need to be below here. Gale Tunnel. These soldiers are dressed in Redmane garb. Soldiers of Radon. I just jumped down? I just jumped down. You got it. See, if I backstab you with the pokey stick, how much damage are we looking at here? 91. Pretty alright. Cracked crystals here. We can use those to craft magic consumables. Like crystal darts. Guy seems to be keeping watch. Something coming from this tunnel. And there's land octopi down there. A bit weird. It's looking out for them or something. There it is. Not work. Flailing. You just unlock these things. Easy peasy. Are there any friendly characters in this game? Yes, there are. We've been following along with a few of them. In general, though, the Souls games create a very desolate, lonely atmosphere. Most of the friendly faces you encounter will meet tragic fates. Not all of them, though. Oh, that's where you get the cross Naginata. That's a very good weapon. Let's see what the game says about the cross Naginata. Three-pronged blade affixed to a long pole, like a pole katana. A weapon of the land of reeds, known for its ability to be wielded as a spear while still being capable of slashing attacks. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, we're going to meet one of the friendly NPCs very shortly, actually. We came here to meet Alexander, the warrior jar. Why forbid crouching? Sneaking is for cowards. That's why. We take the front gate route. Guns blazing. Not a falling star beast. Hope not.
Oh, the esteemed warrior. Where did you spring from? This was supposed to be a dead end, I'm sure of it. What's going on here? A door from thin air? Well, stranger things happen at sea, or so I'm told.
At sea?
Onward, to the Kaled Wilds. Gosh, that dead end had me rather stumped. It's time I set off to the festival at Redmane Castle on the southern edge of the scarlet rot-blighted Kaled Wilds.
That's where we're going to.
Just set your heart aflutter.
It does, sort of. Oh no, it's a magma worm. Okay, that's not too bad. easier to actually jump over that attack, I think. You can dodge roll it, but ground slams like that are much easier to avoid by jumping, usually. See if we can put that into practice. Doing that thing, I see. Oh, that's right, you get Moonveil here as well. If you can beat that Magma Worm, this thing is definitely a weapon you can use for the whole game. Katana forged of glintstone. Light enwreaths the blade when sheathed, explaining its Moonveil moniker. You can draw this thing with the unique skill to shoot a wave of light attack. Very OP. There is more to the tunnel, though. We can return to the entrance now, but there's also a way through. Leads back out into Limgrave, actually. Guess you can get here earlier. Well, I'm not sure if the tunnel is two-way or just one way. Cool to come out there. Guess we come back over here. There's a crone here.
Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, bless you.
Read my palms.
Are you one for festivals or flowers? To the south, a grand festival to make the stars turn.
Make the stars turn indeed. Huh.
To the east, the hardened bud of a flower to be. But dare you enter into the heart of the scarlet rot?
Yeah, I'll do it. There's a fort over here. I don't remember this fort very well. Isn't my sword a bit long? Yeah, but I'm not insecure about it. Ooh, I am surprised to be still alive. You just... Not all at once, please? Come on. Lumbering eggs. Small gathering of sorts down there. And stay down. No direct way in. Ladder here. Oh, and some stuff here. There's a special animation you can do if you can jump onto the correct part of the top of these nerds. There we go. Yeah! Cool. Never done that before. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Well, I get to try again, at least. $14,000 damage. And yeah, that's more or less the same face as the shield. The shield is a miniature version of those things. Flame, grant me strength. Pretty good incantation. I guess I died, that's right. Off you go once again. That's not the correct spots. Oh boy. My stream? Oh, we're back. We all back to a shit. Kill him. Oh, they're friends? Bummer. Oh, maybe not. Lion's just trying to attack me. That's fine, I guess. There's Redmane in the distance. Convene the Festival of War. Honor General Radon with a warrior's glory. It's in your hands, Sir Jaren. He went to Jaren. Star Scourge Heirloom. Here we go. This is something I've been hoping to find for a while, actually. A talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. Raises strength by 5. So we get 5 points of strength for having this equipped. One of many items that effectively raises our level by raising our base stats. This can help us equip big, heavy weapons that we weren't otherwise going to be able to do with our current stats. As well as just generally increase our strength scaling, which is great. There's a teleporter here. Oh, that's right. Which I think brings me closer to Redmane, which is where I want to go anyway. But there is more in this castle. So I'll come back for that. Take the plunge. I'll drop down to that higher spot. A Qatar. Cool fist weapon. Glad they added Qatar. Could kill him the whole time. Just chose not to. Whoa. Sick move. How's it going, JSG Cat? Got questions? Feel free to ask away. Chat or I would be more than happy to answer. As long as it's not a spoiler for the just released DLC, which I really doubt, then anything's fair game for discussion-wise. Yeah, we're gonna go back over there. Is this thing a boss of some sort? I would call this a mini-boss. Unlike most enemies in the game world, which respawn every time you die or rest, this lion does not respawn, which definitely marks it as a significant enemy of some sort. So maybe call it a mini-boss. Ash of War Lion's Claw. that. Grants an armament heavy affinity in the following skill. Somersault forward, striking foes with armaments. Finally, something I can use with the greatsword. Maybe we'll try that out. I do like the stamp upward sweep. This has been really good, actually, but I'm sure we can do better. Any build archetypes that I just refuse to do? I would say Sorcerer, Spellcaster. I've played a little bit of Mage User in FromSoft RPGs, and it's a combination of... I tend to find that there's not that much depth to spellcasting in these games. They somewhat trivialize the more interesting, difficult fights of the game, and From Software just can't come up with interesting spells for the most part. Everything's just blue magic missiles. So I'd say Sorcery is my least favorite, probably of all, but there's so many different spells in Elden Ring that you can do all sorts of different variety of spellcaster, which is quite cool. Bye. Whoa, don't do that. The DLC adds light blue spells. Oh my. Now you're talking. What's that over there? Your character's not too well armored now. We're using pretty light equipment so that we can afford to swing the big sword. I don't have that many armor options at the moment. We haven't found too many. Get over there. Mysterious. Interesting. Probably open that gate. Oh, I see. Okay. I do know a lot about the base game already, and yes, that alters my way of playing it. I've put let me try that again. I've put some self-imposed challenge rules on this playthrough, such as restricting when and how I can level up my character or my weapons, so that it's not too easy. And so that I have no incentive to just farm for runes anywhere. Okay, that should open the gates. That means we can now go use that teleporter. Yes, this was a brand new save file. We've been playing since yesterday, so we're at about 12 hours now, I would say. Yeah, 12 hours into our playthrough. I expect, including doing the DLC without having seen it before, we're probably going to come close to 100 hours the entirety of this game. This game is... oh, good lord. This game is huge. Okay, that did put us on the far side of the impassable Great Bridge, which is being well defended. Thank you. Just be aggro. What am I mostly doing with runes? Buying throwing daggers has been what we've been doing a lot of with them. I've purchased many a throwing dagger. Got other stuff to buy from merchants. It's been most of it. I'm going to be able to go buy a bunch of rune arcs from the Twin Maiden husks with these runes soon. Did you see me do a shieldless parry? I think that was a guard counter you were looking at. When I block and then do an R2 afterwards, that's a guard counter. Those are allowed, as long as I'm not using a shield. Ow. Exclamation point build includes all of the self-imposed rules within it. If you want to read up on the exact stipulations that I put on this playthrough, they're there for you. Siege tower. Chest in here, right? It's a giant with a flaming sword. He looks badass. Oh, it's a fire explosion. That's cool. Tough life. The horse is really well done, JS Cat. I said towards the beginning of this playthrough, I think Elden Ring does mounted combat better than any other RPG that I've ever seen. They just nailed so many different little aspects of it coming together to make something really cool. I think that's safe if I drop on the tent. Yeah, we're good. What do I think is Elden Ring's weakest attribute? The Elden Ring definitely has some weak spots. I wouldn't consider this a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination. I do consider this game 10 out of 10, not because it doesn't have flaws, but because its strengths outshine the flaws very substantially. Some of the weak points, though, are repetitive enemy placement and overworld design. Overworld areas that have kind of generic runes with uninteresting chambers in them. Groups of enemies placed on the overworld without too much thought, just kind of the same enemy repeated 5 times or something like that. So there's not a lot of encounter design in the overworld. That's some of the weaker parts. Communication to the player about various things is definitely the case. The game tries to be mysterious on purpose in some ways, but I think in other ways it's unintentionally mysterious, because it simply just fails at communicating some of the basic stuff, like some basic controls in some cases. Basic game mechanics as well are not always adequately explained. Probably the quest design and how the player interacts with NPCs around the world is probably one of the weakest parts. They just kind of copied their design from previous games, where you are kind of expected to randomly encounter the NPCs at certain points to follow along with their story. But given how wide and open the world is, it's almost impossible to, without following a guide, follow along with the storyline of any of the NPCs. Or even just find them again. Yeah, some of the bosses are definitely used a few too many times, like the ulcerated tree spirits and the magma worms, I think, are some of the worst examples, where there's nearly a dozen of each of them. I don't mind that too much. A lot of the time they've done at least something to differentiate. Although I think that's a missed opportunity, is to where monsters have been reused, to give them some kind of special tweak to make them unique. Oh well. Flaming Strike, that's also pretty cool. That can give us a fire infusion on our weapon. Crap, it's you. Old woman bird, that thing. I do have a poison cure. Put that first. Here. Why do I disallow crouching? Hiding is lame. No hiding. Just a part of a way to incentivize me to fight enemies rather than just sneak up on them and stab them in the back. To the top or in here? Let's go in here. Let's not go in here. To the top. Love the fashion souls. Fashion's going to be pretty important to me. The stat differences between armor isn't that big. I'm definitely not going to do piecemeal armor for min-maxing damage resistances. No, thank you. So, no sneaking, but if enemies are so ignorant as to allow me to walk up behind them, I can do that. Can't make them notice me. Well, I could, but I don't want to. It's like the red eye ring or whatever. The equivalent of that. It's not my fault they're stupid. That's right. If the enemies weren't stupid, no one would have a chance. Let's just be honest here. Any minions to help you? No? Okay. Still haven't found Grace, though. Good lord. Nice try. You almost got me with that. I could find Grace. That'd be great. Armorer's Cookbook 5. That I think is one of the things I came here for. No, that is not. Immunizing white meat, whatever. Take that, Gostox. This opens to the back, so that's technically a shortcut from the front of the castle, but still no Grace around here. We don't even have the map for this area. It's been teleported over here. So I came from up there, right? That means go through here next. Page. Refilled my health flasks. Still won't help me if I die, though. Definitely don't want to mess with the lions until I find a Grace. It's a fun room. Ah, is this the one? Redmane Fire Pot. Yes, that's what I want to be able to craft. Need old fangs for this. Those are hard to get. Throw at enemies to inflict heavy fire damage. Even today, the survivors of Radahn's battalion employ fire to stave off the Scarlet Rot. Never noticed that these lion creatures have horns that have been cut off before. Top of them. Interesting. Yeah, guess what enemy gives me more old fangs? I see. Boy, Yeah, it almost looks like Omens a bit. What is a grace? Similar to a bonfire, it's a rest point for the game. Allows me to refill all of my temporary resources and acts as a sort of save point. A place of rest. Oh, the flamberge. Okay, this is a cool weapon. Let's see, is one weapon category lighter than the Zweihander, but is a delightful greatsword here. Greatsword featuring a flame-like undulation. Shreds enemy flesh, inducing blood loss. This is a greatsword that deals bleed buildup. Really like the look of it. I could definitely see myself using the flamberge for a decent amount of the playthrough, too. It's definitely a versatile weapon. I think I would prefer it over the claymore in general. For that cool wavy blade and the bleed effect, too. Just down there. Going up. Ever watched a Red Claymore? No, I'm not familiar with any series to that name. Really try harder. Your flamethrowers are ineffective. Ah! Strength in numbers. Cool. A couple things to do here. One, we have way too many runes, so rather than losing them all, let's go spend some. Two, we are well into the stream now, and it's definitely time for me to take another break here at Twitch Chat. And I think the ambiance of the round table hold is perfect for that. Int82, thanks for 19 months of support. Like now buy bones. FD Beast Bones. Give me 30 of these or whatever. Doubt I'll ever use that many. Buy all the rune arcs. Buy the stone sword key. Don't need any of these weapons. That's actually all I need here. Might as well buy the memory stone. I'm not gonna memorize spells, but whatever. I buy more kukris. Oh yeah, I can buy 21,000 worth. Apparently I'd used quite a few. I still only have 450 kukris. No problem. So yes, what do I spend the runes on? 600 throwing daggers. Easy. No problem. Alright, here's where we'll rest. Here's where we will rest for the moment, Twitch chat. The cozy fireplace with Roderica. I'll be back in 5 or so minutes for some more Elden Ring, continuing our playthrough. Don't go nowhere, Twitch chat. I'll be back in a bit. All right, Twitch chat, we're back. Stoffy says, if you want a real stark example of a medieval weapon that fiction tends to magnify, look up what real warhammers looked like. Heck yes. Good example. Not so dissimilar in size from like a modern construction hammer, just with a much longer handle. And one of my personal beefs with From Software and Elden Ring in general is that there have never been warhammers like that in their games. I would really love a realistic warhammer. It probably would be my favorite weapon if there was. But they straight up don't do that. They don't give you hammer weapons that aren't comically oversized for some reason. How sad. Sometimes you get blacksmith hammers, which are the closest thing, but those are usually pretty janky. Or have terrible movesets. So, still pissed. Give me a proper warhammer, FromSoft. I wanted to tweak the Ash of War. Let's go over here. It's the perfect time to do this difficult fight. But I want to have a quick look-see at Ashes of War. So we can't use Flame Strike on this thing? How sad. But I can use Lion's Claw. Let's see. This is 156. This is more than that. So heavy is better than standard or keen. And also better than quality. Heavy is currently our best infusement. That makes sense with strength 24, dex 17. Zweihander's a pretty heavy strength weapon anyway. Okay, that looks pretty cool. I would definitely love to use this for now. Anything else I want to tweak? I think so. Alright, time for... let's call it fun. It's all fun and games till the Crucible Knight gets involved. Not that he did anything. So we've seen both of these enemies on their own, individually. The Misbegotten Warrior was the boss of Castle Morn, and we fought a couple Crucible Knights. They're thrown together here for a boss fight in Redmane, and yeah, it's a bit of a toughie. We've done a couple double boss fights already. This will be the hardest one we have to do for a while. They do quite a bit of damage because we're in Caitlin here. I should probably consider having a different trinket than the Scar Seal. Not sure what makes the death counter reset. Have a little tracker here. It seems to switch which profile is associated with the death counter. A bit weird. The good news is we won't ever lose the count because it's directly reading from the save file. So it might display incorrectly at times, but it'll never reset. Truly. So let's see. We go to 709. That's still pretty close. Yeah, I think we keep it. Are there longer swords in this game? I think so. There's got to be a katana that's longer than this. Not actually sure what the condition for the Crucible Knight showing up is. Might be that we can just rush the Misbegotten Warrior down quickly enough. And then we can one-on-one the Crucible Knight. That shouldn't be too bad. Is Radon dead yet? No. We're not able to fight Radon yet. There are certain conditions that have to be met before the festival will begin, and you're allowed to fight Radon. We have not met those conditions. I can do myself a bit of a favor by swapping out our flask here. Let's boost our stamina recovery speed. We can drink it beforehand. Damn. This guy supplies so much pressure. Yeah, relentless and fast. They're brutal, definitely. Pretty good attempt, though. What sword is this? What sword is this? This is the Zweihander. Early game colossal sword. Alas, this is only +6 because I'm limiting myself in how far I'm allowed to upgrade. So it's making it a bit tougher. Oof. It's going well. I think we have the basic tactics down, though. Should be no problem from here. I don't plan on using fire pots, though. Yeah, we're good with just the daggers. Whoops. Tip of that attack caught me. Have we done Castle Morn yet? Yes. This looks very hard. It is. It's doable, though. I'm enjoying it. I think I've gaslit myself enough into enjoying fighting a Crucible Knight. Somehow. Come on, bleed. Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely easier to hit on the approach. I agree. Whoa, that was a bad idea. And yeah, don't let the difficulty I'm showcasing be too much a highlight or too much a deterrent from trying this game yourself. There's definitely a lot of ways to make it easier, and again, so many different ways to explore. If you follow the path of least resistance, you can do a whole lot without ever having to deal with this nightmare. That said, the bosses of the game definitely are pretty tough. So I won't say it's not a hard game, even if you do your best to make it easy. Yeah, let's do that. Going badly. Run! It's a hot mess of an attempt. Hey there, Eyeshadows. We've already finished up Zetzillions, so you'll catch it in the VODs from the last week or two. I think we did it last week. Or earlier this week before Elden Ring came out, rather. Feels like a different week. Bubble shield, go! Damn it! Bubble shield, don't go. Stop looking at chat. What's the reason for the no crouch rule? To force me to fight. Let him come to us this time. Jump those. First boss's health bar won't disappear until we kill them both. It's not going to come back or anything, though. So I'll just use this now. Rude. That's why you had to kill the Misbegotten Warrior really quick. Otherwise, this nonsense occurs. Comes in after a short while, no matter what, right? Whoa. Damn ground slam. doing pretty well. Mostly a problem because we're under-leveled, making it a nice challenge. Alright, definitely do the best if we just don't throw any daggers at all. Dang it. That is a follow-up. Why this why? It's powerful, it's stylish, you can get it early. Doesn't weigh as much as some of the other colossal swords. Pretty low requirements too. And the two-handed poke is a piercing attack, which means it can benefit from counter damage and multipliers to counter damage. Fair enough. Faster weapon might actually make this a fair bit easier. I don't think for the Crucible Knight, though. I think we've got enough practice. We should just use this Vi. It's just a hard fight. We knew that coming in here. Yeah, parrying the Crucible Knights is definitely, I think, the easiest way to deal with them. They are tough cookies otherwise. Same way every time. Gotta take a quick bio break here. So I can focus more. Haven't even died once in my life, yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. Twitch chat. This won't be long. Alright, we are back. Enkidu with 2 full years. So glad you're enjoying the stream. And Ripnator as well. Thank you, thank you. The kind words. Sword is just longer than it looks. Yeah, that is long. It's got a tapered point. I think it makes it look shorter than it is from a distance. And a comfy chair, Ripnator, thanks for the 100 bits. Very charitable of you. Okay, yeah, I think the dagger is actually better for... outlive that. Follow that up with either a tail swipe or a delayed tail swipe. I hate him. Why do you do this? Yeah, there's the delayed one. Screw you, buddy. Yeah! Let's go. GG. Get the Ruins Greatsword. An even bigger sword than my current sword. Originally rubble from a ruin which fell from the sky, the surviving fragment was honed into a weapon. One of the legendary armaments. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. As such, this weapon harbors its destructive power. Yeah, this thing hits very hard. It is huge and ridiculous. And does have an intelligence requirement, too, as it does magic damage. Pretty good, though. Definitely a weapon you can make a playthrough around. How many legendary armaments are there? Good question. 9, apparently. At least in the base game. Cool. Well, that took a while. Tough fight. Fun, though. A giant stone astrolabe here. Wonder if the astrologers of Redmane Castle had any political influence. There's an astrologer right there, I think. Did. Yeah, the sword from Morn is also one. That's right, so we have 2. Jaren is here.
Oh. Tarnished, are you? How did you slip inside with the gate closed? No matter. If you can fell one of them, you're a champion in my book. I am Jaren, foolish old warrior and witness. Incidentally, do you like a good festival from time to time?
Been known to jam.
Well, it's true. This fortress houses only the vanquished. But when the stars align, we celebrate. A war festival honoring the last battle and death of General Radahn, the mightiest demigod of the Shattering and bearer of a great rune.
Great. I love a good festival.
Well, good. As you should. The festival affords glory to warriors. Then all you need is a little patience. When the stars align, the festival will be declared.
The stars align, huh? Got anything else to say?
Have patience, hmm? When the stars align, the festival will be declared.
Okay. And yeah, I put the grafted sword in storage. That's exactly where it is. Let's see here. Doesn't tell me anything. We didn't fight the lions yet. Friendly fire. Oh. It's very hard to stagger. Better avoided than fought. But we could fight it. Ah, here's one of the things we came here for. The red hot wet blade will allow me to... Goodness. Wait, can I... Cheesy, but I'll take it. Ow. Hey. Okay. It's a fair fight after all. I'll take that. Seems fair. Nothing beats the old knife to the face trick. Ooh, wow, I had to tank the poke for that. Nice trade, sir. What's this? High-level smithing stones that we can't use for a long time. Still nice to have them, though. Still nice to have. A good clue that we are under-leveled for the area that we're in. I don't completely agree with the way that they chose to do leveling in this game, with each region sort of having an appropriate level, and there being no variation within that region. I think I prefer a more, like, scattered approach, where within the early area you would find very high-level enemies in some spots, but mostly low-level enemies, such that you never really know what you're going to find around the next corner in terms of power level. I find that more exciting, personally, but I think what they did was pretty good. Like a local map, that'd be really helpful. Will I keep my limitations during the DLC? Yes. Yes. I may do some respecking just to show off to chat the new items, but I don't think I'll use them for any content. Yeah, I won't handle any of the DLC content without keeping to my stipulations. So yes, we'll still be doing no shield, no parries, all that stuff. And level restricted, too. Hello. Twofer. Okay, lions are probably easier to kill if I have more flasks than this. I think we've gotten most of the major things that I wanted out of Red Mane Castle. And indeed out of Caelid at large, I think. Sure, there's some other stuff I could find in early on Caelid. Mostly we came for the castle. Do this early. Oops. Let's go, an Eric, friendly merchant. Good luck in your quest to conquer Ascension 20. It is, in fact, really hard, just like this game is. Even if I make it look easy at times, and even with the restrictions I'm playing under. This is a hard game, Elden Ring. Oops. Okay, 2 lions. Prefer not to fight both at the same time, please. Had enough double boss battles today. I'm tired. Get over here. Thank you. fun. Get some beast blood and old fangs. Does everything in this game want to kill you? Just the way of FromSoft. Yeah, everything wants to kill you. Always. Definitely. No problem. Eric the Friendly Merchant, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Already been in here. There's smithing stone. I think I got all the major loot from Redmane Castle. Unless anyone is aware of something important I missed in here. Look at painting. Yeah, I'm not sure how I came about this, but my superpower is to learn games real fast. So you can take me and a normal person, or an average person, whatever you want to call them, who both suck at a video game at 0 hours, but then at 10 hours, I'm noticeably better. And at 50 hours, it's a dramatic difference. I don't know why. It seems to be every game I play, ever since I was a kid. Thank God that's my job then? Well, yeah, it's my job because of that. Tried other jobs. I find them way less interesting than this. If I had a real job, I'd have to balance it with Elden Ring right now. I don't know how I would be fitting this into my life. Partially why I decided to stream the Elden Ring DLC is I'm going to lose the entirety of my off-stream time if I don't stream it. So why not just stream it so that I can have a life also? Barely, that is. Okay, I think we have everything. Anything else I want to snag from Caelid? Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure there's a few things I could get that are kind of cool. But we can head over to Liurnia. Now that I have the crafting bit, redstone blade, all that stuff. Red whetstone blade. So, let's hit somewhere a little bit more level appropriate for us now, which is the Liurnia of the Lakes. Very beautiful place. I think of all the regions of Elden Ring, this is the one I least thoroughly explored in my first playthroughs. So I'm the least familiar with the landscape here. Therefore, I'm probably going to spend a lot of time scouring it to see if I can find stuff that I previously was unaware of. Church of Irith. Have another sacred tear. That would have been helpful a little bit earlier. Not bad. And a dejected sorcerer.
You're tarnished, aren't you? Then perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
Sure, you can have 10 runes.
Well, bless you, bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries, as promised. Only, none of them are particularly great.
I like how open he is that he's just a crap sorcerer.
Apologies, friend. I'm afraid my meager sorceries are no match for your generosity. All right. I can tell you what I know about this place. That should help a bit. You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Rea Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key.
That's tough.
When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning.
How long ago was the shattering? I think that's really unclear to me.
Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the Academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery. But still, my place is at the Academy.
He's got Glintstone Pebble, Glintstone Arc. Arc is pretty good, and the Light Spell. Not sure. Alright, well, if I find an extra key, I'll keep you in mind, Tops. You'll be top of the list. Ah. Skeletons. More skeletons. Skeleton with a big axe. Oh no. Big skeleton. That's it? That's lame. Mind the gap. First things first, we should get the map. Well, there could be some stuff hidden around. kind of the same kind of basic soldiers here that we see in other places, but they look different. They've got the carrion colors on them, and they have these little magic grenades instead of firebombs. I like that the developers gave this minor but important variation to the enemies in different regions to give them some flavor. Stone Craftsman's Cookbook. This allows us to craft Cuckoo Glintstone, which is, I believe, what we just saw that fellow use. The magical grenades, basically. A good intelligence scaling consumable. Not for our build.
You're new around here. Surprised you found me in my little nook. No matter.
Kind of hard to miss.
Your money's as good as anyone else's. Why don't you take a look at my wares? Oh, but don't ask me how I got my hands on them, eh?
Another way to buy the lantern. Take your smithing stone 2s. Here's where we make crystal darts. Okay, now we can make these. The stock is a pretty good weapon, I think. Thrusting sword. Oh, and the astrologer's set. Let's buy some astrology equipment. For decorative purposes. We look with the hood on. That's pretty good with the bandit set too, actually. I'm also going to go for one blue flask now that we have an Ash of War that's actually pretty good. Okay.
Not everyone can...
Is this way. Follow the lights. Oh, that's where you came from. See East Liurnia, which goes quite a bit up, and that extends the upper range of the map. Now we have a rectangle instead of a square. It's kind of cool. Lots of places to go in Liurnia. Lots of stuff to do here. Not quite sure where to get started. I guess we'll just poke around and see what we find. Malefactor's Everjail. We'll start here. Dawn, the Thief of Fire. See. Or a combustion spammer. Hello and welcome, Wayward Minion. Gave the fire back. That's right. Hey, wait, this isn't Slay the Spire? This is Slay the Friar. This might be too slow a weapon for this caster, but let's try again. Oh no, not the flail. Shenanigans. I'm wearing Smo's armor also. Flame of the Fell God. This legendary incantation. Oop. My text. Is one of several that draws directly from the power of the fire giants. Perhaps Adon stole it from them. Releases a ball of raging fire, said to be inhabited by a fell god. Fireball floats towards enemies and explodes. That's what we saw them use. Arganthe, the chief guardian of the flame, had kept this incantation a well-kept secret until it was stolen by Adon. The fell god still lurks within the fire giants. Bandits. Is that something? That looks like something. No. Like a caravan they raided. Tough place to go through. Not very friendly locals. And some flame priests are here. What are they doing here? Tragically born without knees. It's true. Never had the chance to be an adventurer like you. To have attracted some attention. Flask back. Wonderful. There are not limitations to the inventory. You can pick up as much as you want in this game. Don't always go out of my way to get every single item. Sure, spermy. Just find Fire Monk's Prayer Book. The fire monks who came from the mountaintops of the giants, far to the north. Oh, flame. Oh, cured meat. Jasper Larvitar says the general consensus on why they're here is searching for a dawn. The giant's flame that was stolen. That's kind of cool. Very cool. In a lot of cases, the game just kind of places objects or characters in such a way that creates a story, and you're left to interpret the meaning of that yourself. Like witnessing a crime scene. The evidence indicates what could have happened, but what everyone draws the conclusion of might not be the same thing. Think that. You can see here, glintstone crystals. They're plentiful here in Byrnia. The magical crystals that give the sorcerers their power. Pretty much all their sorceries have to be channeled through glintstone, shaped into crowns or staves, or even just broken as basic crystals. But without it, there is no sorcery. Ah, here's the poison swamp, by the way. Fortunately, you can just ride Torin through it. But yeah, you get poisoned if you are afoot here. There are big crabs. Vow of the Indomitable. is way up over here. Yeah, the pumpkin heads. Both RoboCop. This is a new character and part of the challenge is that I can't level up as much as I want to. But yes, our relatively low health at this moment is part of that. Sleep now. The St. Trina. Village of the Albinorix. Oh. These are they, the Albinorix. Old men whose legs don't work. He's doing his best, though. Albinorix are a strange people, to be sure. This village is done for. Please, even if it's just you, old Albus, hide well and still your breath. Phantasmal Miller? Dear. There's a bridge over here. Like there's an NPC somewhere around here that I'm supposed to meet. Not Albus, but another one. It's an Albinorix hiding here. Crystal Sword. That's right, Nefeli can be here. I may need to do something first. Yeah, I think she's back at the hold. We did talk to her in Stormvale. She's not here, though. Might not have talked to her in the Stormvale throne room. Yeah, that might be it. Let's go do that. That's not where I'm going. She's also not here. Do I consider myself an experienced Souls player? I would say so, yeah. Yeah, she's right here.
Ah, yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father. He's in his study. The room Encher's guarding just over there. If you haven't already, I advise you introduce yourself. Father is leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will
Gideon
be worth
is
your
her
while.
adoptive father.
It's about time I headed off. I'll see you again, warrior, should the fates deign it.
Should the fates deign it. That's right. People don't leave places until I come by so they can tell me they're leaving. Obviously. Yeah, there you are. Hey.
Oh, it's you. Well, what do you make of it? What's happened to this village?
Ransacked.
I witnessed a sight much the same in my infancy. The oppression of the weak. Murder and pillage unchecked. A waking nightmare made by men. But this time, I'm a woman grown. And though the suffering cannot be undone, I can still mete out justice. Justice to the oppressors. Let the scars I carve remind them. I am Nefeli Lu, warrior. But this time, and though the justice, let the scar...
Justice. Let justice be done. Let us avenge the people of this town by defeating their oppressors or whatever. Flammable perfumes look pretty cool. I think it's an art only practiced in the capital. Perfuming, that is. Very well lit jar. Temptingly breakable.
Please, no. Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be.
Sir?
Wait then. You're not one of them? Well, what a relief. Oh, goodness me. I am Albus and Albinoric. As you can see, we're finished. The whole village is finished. The cursemongers have destroyed everything. No one that remains has their wits about them. I beg you. Would you look after this medallion? You must keep it out of the cursemonger's hands.
Oh, good. Here's my secret.
And if you should meet the young Albinoric Latena, then please give it to her.
Latena. We'll be meeting her. Right half of a split medallion depicting the Halig tree. Brandishing this medallion with both halves will activate the Grand Lift of Rold, granting access to a hidden path. In other words, this secret medallion will guide the bearer to the land of Miquella's Halig tree. This is part of how you get to the quote-unquote secret area of the Halig tree and fight, of course, the legendary Millennia, who's quite infamous for her performance in this game. She is a long way away from us yet, but we'll eventually go there. Was able to find the Halig tree in my first blind playthrough. It's quite fun to discover. Albinoric blood clot. The thick, coagulated blood of the Albinorics. Albinorics are life forms made by human hands. Thus, many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erd Tree's grace. They are a constructed life form. Strange. I want to use my dagger for this fight. Have a knife fight. We can summon Nefeli Lu here. That seems appropriate, actually. I wonder if she has anything to say. Let's summon her. For story reasons. It's not a hard fight up ahead. Twin axes, I like it. And then a burning pile of bodies, as well as an Omen Killer Hunter are here, who wields 2 great machetes. And there's also 2 dogs as backup. And this particular type of enemy, paired with 2 dogs, I think is a deliberate reference to Dark Souls 1, the Capra Demon, who you fight in an enclosed space with exactly those weapons, with 2 dogs as backup. Get him, Nefeli. Yeah, no, she had no dialogue. Didn't think so. Not a bad fight, just in a bad arena, the Capra Demon? Yeah, the arena fight of the Capra Demon definitely makes it miserable in the way that it is. Is this? Reduce damage and impact of headshots taken. A talisman fashioned from a bony knot that embodies the aspects of various creatures said to have grown on the human body long ago. Gross. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. An impurity? Nefeli's not here anymore. I don't have to talk to her again here, right, Nefeli? I think so. Map here. marionette soldiers here. What's this? Inverted tower. Erudition guide thee, it says. Which is a fairly generic message. I believe in this case it means have big intelligence stat. And then something happens here. It's not going to be for us. Oh, it means use erudition gesture. Ah. Ah. See. Here. Should be an Erd Tree avatar around here. Guarding the crystal tears. There you are. Cerulean and Ruptured. Hey, I'm reading. Go guard stuff somewhere else. So that's the explosion one, and restore half your FP one. Okay. Exploding is fun. Yes, there are definitely silly uses for the exploding one in PvP. Jasper says, Elden Ring Bingo has a square where players need to kill a boss with the explosion of the explosion tier. It's also quite cool. Let's go get the domes in this little outcrop. You. How's it going, friendo? Ah, the poor fellow gone perfectly mad. Love, revenge, the frenzied flame melts it all away. Interesting. Mad, he says. Dead? Misbegotten there. Oh, somebody is here. Edgar, the Revenger. This is the man whose daughter was killed. He now lives only for revenge. And we meet him here. Irina. What's her name? The guy at Morn Castle. Now he invades us as a hostile force. Shabriri Grape. Banish Knight's Halberd +8. Some meat. Delicious meat. Is he eating these people? Concerning. Vara would be around here if I hadn't already killed him. But yes, Rhea and Diallo should be somewhere around here. In the lake. I don't think I've ever done Rhea's storyline. Ooh, root resin. Hello. Need that root resin. That's good stuff. Okay, so this is a good root resin farming spot then. The Shack of the Revenger. Remember that if I want to make weapon grease. Yeah, I killed Var. He called me maidenless. I had to. Can't allow such slander to be spoken. The night sky is very full of stars in Liurnia. Seems to me a particularly good place to observe the stars. The sorcerers of Raya Lucaria must surely agree. Goose Everjail. This one's kind of fun. interesting. You start kind of far away from the jail. About the same damage, just doing it with the sword. It's not substantially better, it seems. GG. Get the Great Blade Phalanx spell. That's kind of cool. Rion, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Zip Club. So glad people are enjoying the Elden Ring content. Definitely fun to make. Here, right? Yeah. Nothing out there. This is what Elden Ring shows you when you're at the edge of the game world. Nothing. Nothing to see. If there's stuff to see, it means you can go there. Not sure if I'm going to go to the chapel, but we are going to go to the belfries here. As well. Yeah, exactly, Ducktun. I figured with everybody else already rushing to be the first one to show off all the DLC content, why not just take my time? Start a new playthrough, be different in some way. Plus, that's what I wanted to do anyway. So I think it's more fun for me. Hey, there's loot down there. Wait, that guy's got a pretty cool Warhammer. Wait. There is a realistic looking Warhammer in this game. Forgot about that. What's that thing called? Not sure why they had Albinorc blood in a treasure chest. Kind of weird. Oh no. No! Saw that coming. Stupid dog. The dogs in this game are vicious. That's a war pick, okay. It's like a war hammer, but they're using it backwards. Stupid dog, you made me look bad. Not sure what's up with the giant. Oh, that's a troll that's a mausoleum knight. Must be a walking mausoleum nearby. No, not the dog. Yes, I do remember the glitched rot dogs that were able to one-shot you. Do remember that. What we got here? More blood? Rocks. Rocks and blood. That's what you want in treasure chests. He took the better choice by far. Right in the head. How's it going, Hambuli? I think we're doing our best to be an ironclad today. The big sword. The heavy blade, as it were. This is definitely a heavy blade. Get the loot. Not in DLC lands, that's correct. I made a new character for the DLC, so I started a fresh save yesterday, and we're going to work our way towards the DLC. The throwing knives are kind of like silent, that's true. a few opponents. Whoa. Best. And you better believe that was satisfying to run through them and cut them down like dogs. Hell yeah. Love how much of a variety of battle tactics the player has available in this game. You too, buddy, huh? Most weapons you can't attack into these guys' shields, but with a colossal sword you can. Don't recall ever seeing this specific sword. It is sold by a merchant hereabouts. Yeah, at the isolated merchant shack. You get it right here. But if you didn't buy it from a merchant, you would have never seen it. Carrion Knight's Sword. What do we hear about the Carrion Knights? Great sword embedded with blue glintstone. Weapon of knights sworn to Carrion royalty. These knight swords would serve as catalysts, letting them wield sorcerous battle skills. Despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. A sorcerer knight definitely sounds like a fearsome opponent. Yes, the sword is really big. Definitely. His big sword. Kind of funny. When we're talking to people, it's often just kind of poking off the edge of the screen, making it look even bigger than it really is. Missed the belfries, didn't I? Yeah, they're back up there. Okay, let's go back over there. Except there's a map right there. I've stumbled upon it. It's even better. West Liurnia. Notably, there's a Middle Liurnia. We have the ridges on both sides mapped out now, including Carrion Manor, I believe. Have a plan for the build? Yes, we're going to go quality build, so equal parts strength and dexterity. Enough vitality to survive, but mostly it's about scaling our physical damage as much as possible. There we go. Here we are. E.g., forgive me. These royal grounds were placed in our trust, but we stood no chance. E.g. is the name of the blacksmith that Blythe recommended. Warding seals of... Wait. Oh, it's a rock piece. I was like, what is that? Suspicious looking ground right here. That's what I thought. A fog gate, huh? Yeah, close enough. Oh no. Didn't know there was one of these that was like a proper boss. These are awful. Wow, like really cross distance. No. Yeah, fair enough. Man, Foggate got hands. Sure will die more than a few times to Royal Revenants in this run. These things are jerks. Jerks beyond measure. What? Let's see, that doesn't correspond to the entrance. Where's the entrance? Grubby rating again. Welcome, welcome everybody from Grubby's stream. Thank you once again for generously rating us while we play through Elden Ring. Working our way through Liurnia now. We started a new character yesterday, because I wanted to play through the whole game, including the DLC. Now we are getting closer to our goal. Grubby says, I have a Spire question. You have a boss swap, silent, floor 17 choice, Ascension 20 heart. You've added about 5 attack cards, a burst, and a well-laid plans. Got 300 golden bank and 4 strikes remaining. Your choices are A, Busted Crown, B, Ectoplasm, Ectoplasm again? Wait, Busted Crown, Ectoplasm, what's the third one? So C, Snecko. Snecko Eye, huh? I would never take the Busted Crown there. I would say either Ectoplasm if you're going for an energy relic, or you could potentially take the Snecko Eye too. That's going to depend on exactly what cards you have. Kind of have to have some trust in Snecko. And the boss swap was for Slaver's Collar. Okay, that would make me more inclined to go Snecko there. If you already have a way to have 4 energy Snecko in the elite fights could be pretty good. If your cards didn't work well with Snecko at the time, you might have to try to fix the deck by getting to a shop. You got 300 gold, so you can buy better cards for the Snecko Eye, and maybe remove some cards. But if you just wanted energy, then I would say Ectoplasm. Okay, but where is the way down? I've lost it somehow. It's gone. Gone to the wind. And it was 2 quick slashes too, huh? Is that better for Ecto? I guess with 5 energy and Act 2 elites, the quick slashes would go. I guess my question back to you is, what did you pick, and how well did it work out? Sometimes in Spire you get no right answers. It's just like, you're gonna lose in different flavors. Gonna sleep on it. Ah, okay. There you go. So profoundly confused. Walking over the same few things. This sword is the Zweihander. It is a colossal sword. And that's the weapon category. It's also an accurate description of it. Okay, maybe fire potions. Fire pots, rather. They're not potions. It's an actual pot. They can teleport. Didn't die. Got him with the firebomb. Frozen Needle. It's a frostbite thrusting sword. Ooh, that's a cool weapon. I don't think I've seen this before. A razor-thin, piercing blade of ice forged by Iji, the Carrion Royal Blacksmith. Can inflict frost upon enemies and launch its blade with a strong attack. Blade immediately regenerates. It's got impaling thrust. Wait, can you infuse this thing? Yeah, Frozen Needle dual-wielded with Antspur Rapier is going to be insane. No, you can't infuse it. Okay, I didn't think so. But that is a cool weapon. It only requires strength and dex, so we can actually use it. Might do that. Gonna need some more dexterity, though. Hey, that's not a real wall. I did find the Ice Rind Hatchet. First time I played it. We don't have it yet. That's a pretty good one.
Well, look at you. We don't receive many visitors. I presume you are tarnished? What brings you here?
Lakes.
Oh, pardon me. It's hardly my place to ask, is it? I am E.G., a blacksmith who once served the Carrion Royals. An old codger who refuses to retire his rusty hammer. So here I am, still quietly plying my trade on this spot. Perhaps you'd like a display? These bones are old, but still able.
Summer smithing stones, huh? Level up the Flamberge. Get the first 3 upgrades on that. Seems like a weapon we might use. Oh yeah, the Frozen Needle is a somber stone weapon. You can only upgrade it to +2. I might as well do that for now. Please take care, sir.
Oh, watch out there. When I'm absorbed in my smithing, I lose sight of all else. If you come too close, I'm apt to cause you harm. I am, after all, terribly large compared to you, Tarnished. You don't
It's
know
not all that's
how
causing me
hard
harm.
it is not to break anything while I work. Brave Tarnished. A word of warning, if you please. This territory once belonged to the Carrion royal family.
Their manor lies not far beyond this point. When the Raya Lucaria Academy turned on the Carians, the Knights of the Cuckoo descended on this tract. After leveling it, they carried on to the manor. The Carians were taken off guard, but their strength had not waned, and they repelled the Knight's onslaught by conjuring an enchanted snare that remains potent to this day. That is why I say, Tarnished.
Snare.
Don't go near the manor, unless you wish to lie with the corpses of the heedless Knights of the Cuckoo.
Greek Geek, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club.
Blythe actually did that, did he?
He did.
Quite a rare occurrence for such a guarded soul as he. Perhaps he sensed something unusual about you. At any rate, if you're friendly with Blythe, I've something else that might suit you.
So now we can buy the Carrion Filgreed's Crest. Lower the FP consumed by skills. An honor said to have been awarded to Carrion Knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there is only one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. Does anyone know how much that reduces the cost? That does sound pretty good, because we are using our Ash of War pretty frequently at this time. 25%, that's a lot. That's a good percentage. I didn't know FromSoft could make percentage numbers that big anymore. Thought we'd outlawed that. Alright, let's go back over here. There's at least one more thing I want to do before I end stream today. I'm going to have to end pretty soonish. Although that gigantic raid definitely makes me want to keep going. Revenants all over the place in Liurnia. I'm not sure exactly why. What is that? It's a demi-human. Good for you. Yeah, there are a number of different weapons that can serve as sort of a stat stick. They're like the sacrificial axe, as in Wector notes. You could have something, if you're two-handing a weapon, whatever's in your offhand. So for me, for example, here, I'm not allowed to use a shield, but I can use a offhanded weapon that provides a passive effect. That's legit. What's in the box? Leaves. Fallen leaves tell a story. Gratzenwecker. Thanks for sharing without spoiling. Cannot wait to get to the DLC content. Very excited. I'm gonna get my butt kicked a lot. I'm guessing our death counter is gonna go over 1,000 tackling the DLC first time. Given that just a particular boss could be up to 100 or more. Good hits. Too focused on trying to figure out where the little ones were. Jerks. Wait, the DLC has enemies? Uh-oh. That's a spoiler. This is bad. No, don't kill me. You're supposed to run away now that your boss is dead. What percent of the base game would I say that I am through at this time? Maybe 20%? Not very much. There's a lot. We have beaten Godric, yeah. We took his great rune. Ah, the spear talisman, yes. A talisman depicting a spear and a soldier. Enhances counterattacks that are unique to thrusting weapons. My understanding is that this is the only reference the game makes to this mechanic. This is a mechanic that's been in Dark Souls engine games for a long time. I think since at least Dark Souls 1. That is to say, any thrusting attack that strikes an enemy during their attack receives bonus counter damage. And this talisman makes that damage even bigger. This is one of the big reasons I like using this Zweihander over something like the Greatsword, is that the poke attack of the heavy attack, this thrust, is piercing and thus can benefit from that counter damage. And thus can also benefit from the talisman here. And then something that we can do, talked about how damage multipliers stack with each other in this game multiplicatively, which can get really strong. So it's our thrusting attack is an R2 attack, so that means it's also a charge attack. And if we use the Axe Talisman and the Spear Talisman together, then when we perform a charged thrust, if the enemy was attacking at that time, they'll take multiplied bonus damage off both of the trinkets, and the damage will be insane. I might want more trinket slots for that, or at least more base strength, though. Otherwise, I don't think it's quite worth it yet. Oh dear. Going down then. Crystal Cave Moss. Like snake things? These are weird. Don't know why Miyazaki decided to marry snakes together. Perverse. Snails should not have teeth. Take that. Are snails cowards? Yeah, slugs are doing it correct. Slugs are doing the no shield playthrough and are therefore goated, as you might say. Snails are cowards, hiding behind their shell. Very cool. It kind of reminds me of the crystal caves in Dark Souls. Little area before Seath the Scaleless. I don't think we're going to fight a dragon, though, thankfully. The snail just tried to bite me. Bloodhound Knight. These guys are a little tough. Got weird combos. Don't know how to predict them very well. Thought that might stagger you. Dead. Cerulean Amber Medallion, which increases our maximum FP. That's just definitely worse than reducing our skill cost, though. There's a woman here. Ever played Magicka? The 4-player co-op wizard game? Yes.
Fell tarnished. What do you want?
Tarnished.
I told the all-hearing brute that I possess no such medallion. Or have you come to take more from me? Was my other half not enough?
All-hearing brute. Sounds like one Sir Gideon, all-hearing. See if he has anything to say about this. Also, we seem to have an invader. Ensha. The royal remains. Fearsome opponent. Apparently. Clinging Bone. the Bone Zone. Now where Ensha was, we find armor? Yeah, the royal remains armor. What does it say of this armor? Worn by the unspeaking adherent of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. It is said that the bones belong to an ancient lord, the Soulless King, the lord of the lost and desperate, who is known as Ensha.
You. What is it?
About Ensha.
Oh, my apologies for that nasty business. Ensha got rather ahead of himself, it seems. As his master, I'd like to express my regret. But now, Ensha is slain and gone. Finished. Forevermore. Yeah, allow me to tender some advice in regard to the half of the secret medallion you possess. Find the Albinoric woman. She hides in a cave to the west of the Laskia ruins, which jut
He tells you straight up where she is. Yeah, he's been there.
She knows the location of the medallion's counterpart, I'm sure.
About the secret medallions.
Find the Albinoric woman. She knows the...
We have found her. Hey.
I told the all-hearing brute already that I possess no such medallion.
That's because I haven't.
Or have you come to take more from me? Was my other half not enough?
Check this out.
Oh. Do you speak true? So old Albus entrusted his medallion to you. Then I've no choice but to trust that this was his dying will. Let's try again. I'm Latenna. An Albinoric, the same as old Albus. My apologies for my coarse words earlier. I presume the worst. Seeing that you're another tarnished like that all-hearing brute. I hope that you will forgive me.
Yeah, the sword looks really silly. With a slight zoom in, when the tip goes just off the edge of the screen, it feels like it's infinitely long, right? Like when there's a skyscraper and the top is in the clouds, you can't see it. It just seems bigger than it even is.
The medallion.
Oh, that's Shadowheart's voice. Oh, that's cool. I didn't recognize.
Consider doing me a great service. I must go back. There is something
cool.
I must do, even if I must say farewell to my wolf Lobo. Will you show me the way? To the land of Miquella's Halig tree. If you accept, I would gladly apprise you of the whereabouts of the medallion's other half.
Yeah, tell me.
Thank you kindly. They say the other half of the medallion is beyond the Forbidden Lands, north of the Erdtree, in Castle Sol, on the mountaintops of the Giants, accessible by the Grand Lift of Rold.
That sounds far away.
Then I suppose it's time. Farewell, Lobo. My faithful wolf. My better half. I will go with the Tarnished, so that our journey will not have been in vain. Forgive me, Lobo.
Here's where I'd make a savage dad joke based on this wolf's name, but I fear that that might be a low bow.
Call upon me when needed, and I
Hitting
will
below the belt,
fight
so
at
to
your
speak.
side.
No refunds. Okay, so we have met the old Albinoric woman. We now know where the other half of the medallion is. It's, not here. Really. Oh yeah, I wanted to show off the belfries. Let's do that before I end. The foot of the four belfries. This is a little pretty cool location in the game world. Mausoleum Knight Troll. Curious. Over here. Having credit with no head? It's like no weak point. We dropped the Troll Knight's sword. Cool. Great sword embedded with blue glintstone. Weapon of the trolls in service to the royal family of Caria. Called into service when the queen invoked an oath they swore. The trolls are treated as true knights of Caria and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. I don't have an imbued sword key, right? It's at the top. So this place serves as a sort of spoilery area where you're given the opportunity to get some glimpses into other parts of the game world. Gateway to vistas of ill repute. What's this one say? The Precipice of Anticipation. That'll take us back to the Chapel of Anticipation, where we can get revenge on that grafted scion. I kind of like that idea. Let's use our key on this one. Come back and look at the others in a future time. So here we are, the Chapel of Anticipation. This is where it all began. Ah! Rolled by butterflies. I forgot about that. Rude. Miyazaki, why? Okay, going back. It's got a fog gate and everything. This time will be different, though. You. gonna... Yeah. Cast spells? I forgot about that. Easy peasy. The ornamental straight sword and golden beast crest shield. Oh. Shield of dull gold with a beast engraved as its crest. Lighter than most great shields and subsequently easier to wield. The beast depicted is Sarosh, aged counselor who guides the golden lineage. I didn't realize Sarosh was referred to by any of the items in the game. That's cool. And the ornamental straight sword. After falling from grace, the dregs of the golden lineage sought power and purpose in the past. Very nice. Revenge is ours. These thorns are here, too. The chapel. Oh, yeah, from the chapel, we get a really good view of the pockmarked walls of Stormvale, too. Castle's, like, rotting. Find the Stormhawk King. Ashes of a hawk revered by all others as sovereign. Back in the days when Stormvale's winds raged like no other. The ancient monarch is proud, refusing to answer anyone's summons. Stormhawk Dean. So that's a key item. The Stormhawk King. And then this is the actual summonable ash. Spirit of Dean the Stormhawk. Spirit of a fierce hawk that faithfully rendered lifelong service to the old king of Stormvale long ago, when the true storm raged. Cool. Was this our maiden? Though the path be broken and uncertain, claim your place as Elden Lord. Maiden's dying words may be unclear. And that's what we have here. A couple cool ashes. Weapons and shield from killing the dude. And a nice viewpoint. That's really all there is here. And unfortunately, I think Twitch chat, all there is for today's stream. We're crossing the 9-hour mark. It's 8:30 here. It's definitely time for me to get going and to dinner time. But we will be back to the Elden Ring pretty dang soon. There's some chance for a Sunday or Monday stream, depending on how addicted I feel. And what my social schedule looks like. Our next scheduled stream is going to be on Tuesday, not later than noon Eastern time, when I'm going to be playing some Slay the Spire, continuing our silent win streak of currently 7, potentially. And then, of course, more Elden Ring. Lots of Elden Ring next week, one way or another. So expect this playthrough to continue. But my Twitch chat, for now, we must part ways. Thank you one and all for tuning in. Another thank you to Grubby for the huge raid once again. Hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful evening, everybody. See you later in Wechter, Bluefire, Helmshank, Silver U, Go Cubs Go, and Puli. Everybody who's here. Until next time, my friends, stay cozy and be good to one another. Toodaloo, friends, and good night.